Good evening, one and all. It is Friday, it's the end of the working week, and we are jumping back into the home brewery. We're back with the pseudocode. We're back with the big old Tenno's Tome of Warframes. And I still have yet to replace the old image links in here, so there'll be pages which say content not viewable. That won't be an issue in the final PDF. But welcome in, everyone. Hope you're doing well where you are around the world today. The plan is very simple. It's posted in a go live notification. It's posted on the stream title. It is as obvious as it could be. Today we are turning URIEL into a D&D monster. And in case anyone has come across this and has no idea what I mean by that, that is on my entire project of turning all the Warframes into stat blocks like these, where we've got challenge rating 4, 9, 14, and 19. As the frame gets ever more powerful, unlocks more abilities, and becomes a more dominating threat, shall we say. You go from the Initiate through Adept, Master, and then Prime, where all the power is at. Yo, Kelton, thank you very much for the 50 bits. Since this is the last stream before their birthday, big bit drop. Well, thank you very much for that. And I suppose happy upcoming birthday, seeing as we will not be around until after it. Cheers. Oh, I suppose, yeah, Bite, you're absolutely right, yeah. That there from Alsu isn't in English, so let's deal with that. Oops, my finger slipped, I deleted the wrong message. Sorry, Bite. Okay, shall we? Shall we get cracking on with all of the goodness that URIEL must bring? Now, first things first is, of course, I need to actually put URIEL into the pages. So URIEL is going to be between T and U. That's just how it works. That's T and V, because it's U, not between T and U. And then let's pop that down to the bits and bops here. There we are. And what I basically need to do is just insert the page. So we go copy the entry from the Valkyr to use as a template. Bada bing, bada boom. But it's not going to be Valkyr. It's going to be URIEL. Cheers, mate. We'll write out the intro to URIEL in just a moment. Let's wipe out all of the stats that do not need to be listed in here. Now, one thing I have been debating on.
I also have this PogChamp.
We'll get back to that in a second. Sir Kelton, thank you very much for the Prime once again there. Up onto 19 months of support. Much appreciated. Let's get your bauble onto the tree, shall we? Let's get us a bauble, you know. I have rotated the tree around to the least decorated side, and I think the best spot right now is going to be this one here. Nope, tell light, that's taken. I can see it at this angle. There we are. You are added to the tree. Simple as that. But yes, I have had to rotate the tree around. We have very seriously decorated it, and that looks good. I also did not get around to a haircut today, despite my plans, because the hairdresser was fully booked. How dare they? I knew I should have booked in advance, but I wasn't sure I was going to have the time. Alright, so, yeah, let's wipe off all of the existing stats.
Evolution. Kinky Poke Snack, thank you for the awesome year and happy holidays.
Zilon of the 564 variety, thank you very much for the 12 months of support there. You've reached yourself a full pot there. Nice shiny blue pot there next to your name. Thank you very much for the continued support on the channel as well. Let's go out on your bauble. Now I've got them nice and comfy. Go on the bauble acquired, and the bauble can go right onto. Ta-da! Splendid. Let's wipe out the rest of these details. That doesn't exist. And all of that lot doesn't exist. Okay, there we go. Right. That is an empty template. A very empty template. Good lord, Miracle Raven up on a 30 watch streak. Well done. Welcome in there, Meep. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so on with the details with URIEL. It is well documented that all Warframes display outright evil tendencies. URIEL embodies this to its limit, becoming beholding the core identity of a demon in its design. Just a simple intro. Is there a TTRPG of Warframe? Not quite, not quite. It is... Oh no, is the Warframe D&D command not responding? Oh, you has replied, that's why, yeah. There we go. So, this is a fan-made work by yours truly to create these as monsters compatible with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, 2024 and 2014 edition. So you can use them outright as monsters, and the link that's been provided by Ellie there for you, that allows you to go ahead and download the entire document as it exists all the way up to Noko. Today, I'm adding on URIEL. And before I get any further into that, Caldade, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs out to the community there, bringing you up into the double digits, no less. Those have gone out to MutantX28, to Chef's Mockingjay 420, to Matthias03, to the Dr. Schlamthony, and to Spark Knight Met. Thank you very much there, much appreciated there, Caldade. Let's get your tinsel added to the tree. Let's go with... Let's give this a nice, lovely, strong diagonal right across here. Tuck it on the edge of that so it sits still. And tie up and around. Lovely, strong diagonal. There we are. Also, as Byte mentions, whilst this is a passion project which is compatible with Dungeons & Dragons, there is also the official Starfinder module, or adventure, so Starfinder 2nd edition, and that you can go and find over on Paizo's website. That is Operation Arias. I would stress that it is more of a module or adventure rather than expansion, because you don't get, as it were, Warframe classes, you don't get like a Drifter class or anything like that, so it's not so much a character expansion as it is an adventure or module. Just a distinction of sorts. Egg drop, cheers. It's alright, bye. I'm more splitting hairs just so someone understands what they're getting into. I wouldn't want someone to be picking up a product thinking, yeah, it's going to be a full expansion, and then when they open it up and they see it's the characters in there, for example, are pre-generated characters that are statted more like NPCs than players. I wouldn't want them to have a different expectation going into it. So it's not a character builder. Severe Anxiety asking, could it, along with other Warframes, use as a character for like a homebrew campaign? The Warframes, as I have them designed in this document, they are designed as monsters. Explicitly as monsters. So the core aspects behind that is that their hit point math and damage math, that is based on the levels for the monsters, not for the players. It's not going to line up correctly for players. In terms of the balance of some of their spells, some of them are, whilst they are appropriately leveled, like a level 9 spell is a level 9 spell, in terms of regular use in gameplay, they could be just outright game breaking. So they're designed to be at appropriate levels, but not designed for continuous usage. It also means that they are very narrow in their design. So a typical Warframe stat block or monster stat block, it doesn't have all of the player character options, player character features that you would expect in building a player character. So there are very harsh limits on how much you can really use a Warframe monster as a player character, simply because of the mismatch between them. And this goes for not only in Dungeons & Dragons, but also, as I've been discovering going through Pathfinder and Starfinder stuff, their monster design, again, doesn't match up with player character design of the same level. The two simply aren't compatible. Now, all of that aside, it's your table, your game. If you choose to break things and go, here, player, have a Warframe. That is your character. Then whatever. You know, you have been warned, but if you wish to jump out of it, jump out of it. In terms of player characters, for D&D, I have zero plans whatsoever on that. I'll be honest, I am intending to have URIEL as the last of the D&D stuff. So we've got basically every single Warframe once I add in URIEL. It will be every Warframe up to the end of 2025, and that is where I intend to draw a line on it. As I am satisfied I've come to the end of my interest in D&D level stuff. Where I instead am going to be looking in future is over at Starfinder. I've got plenty of work to do on that side of things for a passion project there, so no guarantees on when or to what extent. But my idea on that, my broadest idea, is to overhaul the Warframe monster designs to make them a little bit more identifiable in their actions, right the way from the first lowest level. Also on that, I want to make them a little bit more, how shall we say, transferable. Because like I said earlier, using them as player characters outright doesn't really work. But if I can make aspects of them transferable, then I may be able to also create a custom class, or couple classes if it needs it, that can utilize the Warframe capabilities. I'm not going to go into more detail because, quite frankly, this is not even written down on the back of a napkin at this point in time. All of that is ideas all up in here. And as much as I have proven that I can cook in that regard, it's kind of hard to give you a menu when I haven't even bought in the ingredients, you know? So there are plans down the line. But for now, Warframes are D&D monsters. Pick up your favourite D&D characters. Grab your friends together with said characters. You don't have to tell them they're up against Warframes. You can just describe them as, well, this humanoid-looking creature in the distance. Something about its arms, its head. This creature doesn't look normal or healthy. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. See if you can identify it. Ooh, nope. You don't know what this creature looks like. That's not a good enough result there. This is something new to you, the whole party entirely. But as you approach, you can't help but notice that your armor feels heavier. Your sword has lost its luster. As you realize that the magical effects you have on them have all been suppressed. As you take in this moment, you realize around you, you aren't hearing the footsteps of your allies. You can't hear the bird song in the background of the forest anymore. In fact, nothing at all around you seems to be making the slightest sound. And that's when she moves. Banshee is upon you. You don't need to let them know it's a Warframe up front. It can fit into any campaign. Yeah, silence is a Banshee thing, Lotus Prime. And I love opening up with the Banshee one for two reasons. One, because it's a very describable threat. You can really go in on the detail as to her immediate effect on the surroundings there. Second of all, is because it's one of the few ones which someone actually brought up with me. This was over at TennoCon, while this was still well in the works. They tried it out with their party, and the most they could give me on it was the party realised their items were shutting down, their magic wasn't working, and they just ran. They knew what a banshee was, and they left. Which is an appropriate response to suddenly a Warframe is in your path. It is a suitable response. Anywho, on with this then, is well documented that all Warframes display outright evil tendencies. URIEL embodies this to its limit, beholding the core identity of a demon in its design. Which, yep, that absolutely slams at home perfectly. Now, I realised there's something I didn't actually open, which I need. Hold on, D&D Warframe stat sheet, there we go. Now, URIEL in Warframe proper does not have high constitution. Sorry, no, they do have decent hit points. Yeah, it's the armor that they're lacking in. So I'll be having URIEL be unarmored as this devil frame. They should have a decent constitution, absolutely. And then what did I put into my notes on plan on this stat-wise? So yeah, decent intelligence, dexterity, constitution. Lacking in wisdom, charisma, and strength. Strength, lowest stat focus. Stat focus, not necessarily lowest overall stat. That is what I'm going for here. Now, I know that Rove can appear charismatic and, as Marie put it, could charm lure into giving you all the stars from the sky, but that is Rove specific, that is not URIEL. URIEL is just burn with me. And that is what I intend to focus on. Now, looking at the past stat blocks I have made, Banshee is a low constitution one. I don't want to use that kind of approach. Let's see here. Degath. Degath uses a high intelligence, high constitution, and then it is dexterity with strength, charisma. I could use that as a template, but slightly tweak it. I think what I'll do is I'll drop the whiz down a bit further, drop the constitution down, and buff the dexterity. I'll use that as my template. Yeah, that should work. We'll start with a Degath spread. Is URIEL the reason we're called the devil by Ballas? Honestly, I think Ballas is just happy to call us a devil anyway. I don't think it's necessarily a URIEL thing versus just Ballas would like to consider us the bad guy. Because Ballas can't consider himself the bad guy. Has to pick us. Alright, so let's go with this. We're going to go with a 14 in the dex for a +2. Constitution then should come down... Do I go 13 or 14? Let's start the initiate off at a 13. So it's only a +1. The intelligence for a 16 for a +3. There's a big focus here. The wisdom I want only as a 10, so that's a +0. And the charisma, I'm going to make that a 6 for a minus... That's a -2, isn't it? Yeah. It's a slightly higher charisma than many of the other initiate frames. Again, owing to the nature of Roth as well. Okie dokie. Speed on this will be a simple flat 30 feet. Hit points then, with that setup. For a Constitution 13, hit points should be 88. Which is a very simple... brackets 16d6 plus 16 hit points. There we are. And armor class is going to simply be a 12 at the moment. That is a very low armor class. That is a very low armor class. Why not? Honestly, why not? We'll leave it at a very low armor class for the moment. I may change my mind on that, but URIEL is definitely meant to be a little more fragile, but then we work it in with how the demons work and everything else on that side. Skills. Well, intimidation definitely has to be one of them. Intimidation. There we go. And what else? Honestly, I think religion. If a demon doesn't understand religion, well, yeah. And through all this, I know that URIEL is referred to as a devil frame, but also then the 3 companions that go around URIEL are referred to as demons. In D&D, demon and devil are very specific items or creatures. They're very different ones. So I am going to split them up, and I'm going to have it where URIEL's entire design is demonic. So if at any point you see me use the word devil throughout this, please let me know. It should be demon. Alright, so intimidation would be a... And you know what, let's give that expertise out the gate, so it's a +2. Religion, no expertise, just proficiency, so that'll be a +5. Passive perception on this is a flat 10. Uriel's bullet jump distance is vertical, a 6 foot, and horizontal is a 20 foot. Just checking, do I put a space on the foot? I do not. Fix that formatting. There we go. Look at many things saying, thank you for making these. Currently organising my first one shot. I'm using your manual to make it. All the best on that, absolutely. I know this is just monsters. It doesn't give you the rest of the adventure, but then there's books to help you with that as well, like the DMG. It has its faults, but it certainly can help with setting up a one shot. That's for sure. Okay, a bullet jump. Demonic, what's what? Influence. URIEL is always, I don't want to say influenced again. Hello, Ray. Hope you're doing well. URIEL is always coerced by a trio of small demons. It starts each combat with the Vithalus. I should put them in the order they spawn. Katanach, Gulfagor, and Vithala. Oops. Vithalus demon. Adjacent to it, if they were not already present. Actually, I don't need to add that bit. Just adjacent to it. It starts each combat with a Catholic, Gulfagor, and Vithalus demon adjacent to it. Simple as that. And then void powers. The URIEL's void power ability is intelligent. Spell save DC is going to be a 13. Its void powers are listed in the actions below. Right then. So that gives us the opening bits and pieces there, but I am, however, missing something. It's not condition immunities, it is damage, resistances, fire. To the surprise of literally no one, I am of course giving the URIEL initiate fire damage resistance. It's a goddamn demon with fire, fire, fire. Everything about them is fire. Of course I'm doing that. Hello, Bonnie. Welcome on in. Now, in the actions, we can have our good old multi-attack. I realised I deleted all the bits from the Valkyrie one, but it's actually easier to have those details in. Oh well. So multi-attack is likely to be needed, but we'll get into the details on that in a moment. We then have whatever weapon they're going to have, and of course, it's going to be the bayonet. So we need the rifle mode. I'll go into the naming properly later. We'll be having the melee mode, and we'll go into the details on that properly in a moment. And then we'd have bonus actions, and that's where the spell is going to be. So, Infernalis, 1 per short rest. URIEL casts Infernalis as a level spell. There we are. Merely saying this might not be the right... Oh, I think my housemate's cooking. Moment, I could smell what smelled kind of like slightly burnt toast. I was like, no, please, not like this. No, they're definitely cooking. Ah, that really threw me off. Right, sorry, Mirrorlade, yeah. This might not be the right place for us right now, it's Mirrorlade, but I only have a Naira and Naramon focused weapons left. Which should I farm next? A Naira or Naramon? Honestly, I don't know that it really matters. Especially knowing you, Mirrorlade, you're probably going to get both of them before I finish making this document. But, honestly, just go for it. If you want to try them out, you can just literally give them a try in the Periods of Rebellion. So if you want to see how they feel, that's probably your best way of going about it. Almost certainly the best way. Now, we've got the actions placeholdered. We've got the bonus action. Infernalist is definitely going to be a bonus action. Already planned that out. But then we have something unique to Uriel. Demonic actions. You see, some Warframes have legendary actions on their higher tiers, which allows them to do even more stuff. I'm trying to think of who has one of these. Let's have a Scrollerinos. Yeah, here we go. So, Vault, for example. Vault has access to legendary actions, which you can use between turns up to 3 times. At the end of a creature's turn, select all the options below, blah, 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 blah. So, I figured that a variant of that is perfect. Perfect for Uriel's demons as demonic actions. Am I coding? This is pseudocode. So it is using a form of markup, I think it is, or form of CSS, one of the two, that effectively takes my inputs and turns it into the formatting I need it to be. So it's pseudocode, not actual code. Alright, so the Uriel, I'm just going to go Uriel. Uriel, nah, let's keep it consistent. Uriel has access to demonic actions, which you can use between turns up to 3 times. At the end of a creature's turn, select one of the options below that has not been used since the start of Uriel's last turn. There we go, simple as that. So the Uriel has access to demonic actions, which can use between turns up to 3 times. There we are. And then it is Katanak. Katanak. Uriel. Uriel encourages Katanak. I don't need to encourage. Uriel directs Katanak to act, to use its demonic ability. Let's go with that. I think that's the best way I can name it. Demonic ability. And then we just do the same with the others. From Deformed Chaos, I almost feel like Uriel will be chaotic evil. Yeah, if I'm going with the demonic theme, I really should be calling them chaotic, you're right. Almost all the others are neutral evil, but this one is chaotic. You are very right on that. Very rarely do I mess with the details in terms of, are they a medium monstrosity, neutral evil? Occasionally I've got things like medium undead or medium aberration. But yeah, this is definitely chaotic evil territory, isn't it? And then lastly, it is Vithalus. I don't know how I've managed to remember these names. And that should be directs. Uriel directs Katanak to use its demonic ability. Same with Golfagor, same with Vithalus. Simple as that. So this is how I'm getting around the whole action economy issues that could come with Uriel, where it's might all be happening too quickly or too slowly, or too many things to have to choose between. Using those demonic actions right from the get-go gives a very unique approach to it. Despite the initiative rolls, it'll always be spread out across the initiative, and there's always something that's kind of building up, which is very much going to key into URIEL Prime with their 4th ability, building up its charge until hell. That is the plan. Mr. Vengeance saying, I personally still call this coding. It's like code to a normal person. I get what you're saying there, yeah. I get what you're saying. And honestly, like, if we grab just the definition of coding, define coding. Person bleeding out. No, not that one. Coding or computer programming is a process of writing instructions, code, in a specific language that a computer can understand and execute to perform tasks, create software, websites, apps, and automate processes. Essentially translating human ideas into machine-readable commands. Sure. So by that definition, honestly, this is a form of coding. I am writing in a way that is using a specific language system, using all these symbols and placements to get the computer to understand and automate the process of formatting. So, yeah. It is a form of coding, but I still consider it pseudocode because it's very much a formatting code rather than a calculation, a computational code. It's not computing it so much as displaying it nicely for me. Having seen just the surface of actual computer programming, I would feel unreasonably full of myself if I called this full-out coding. But you're not too wrong. Alright, so that's just going to give us the demons. I will need to create the stat blocks for them. Their stat blocks are going to be painfully simple. That should be good. New CSS for an HTML5 page, still coding. I mean, if you're actually creating the page, yes. But I'm not creating the page. I am effectively filling out the form and blog post on the page. It's like, I wouldn't say someone creating a PowerPoint presentation was coding, because as much as they're going to the computer and they're typing in what they want to see, but also they're getting it to generate things for them or show things in a certain way, it's not coding, it's not programming. The information is being displayed in the way they would like it. That I'm using pseudocode here is a distinction from just your typical word processor or PowerPoint presentation maker. But the actual thought processes are still much the same. That's my distinction. Compared to, say, when I created the when I created the giveaway arena, so that required actual programming. That required setting up the not only the front end but the back end to it as to how it's handling all of the entries, how it's handling the reward distribution, winners, all that kind of process. That was definitely coding. That was programming. So yeah. Deform Chaos, been using this with some slight changes, I see. What changes have you been making then, if you don't mind my asking? What changes have you made to my hard work here? And I'm genuinely curious, not having a go. Whilst I write in the rest of these. So, I think the next bit here is get straight into the demons, for which I do not have space below, so we need a new column. Get straight into the demons, and I can use that from there. So let's copy that, and then just strip out all the stuff that doesn't need to be there. There we go. It doesn't have void powers, doesn't have bullet jump, don't know any of that. It is manifested evil. And this is for Katanak. We'll sort numbers in a moment. So manifested evil. Katanak is manifested by a URIEL Warframe and is not a typical creature. How do I want to go about this? Yeah. It only exists within 150 feet of its URIEL source and vanishes when URIEL is killed. And up here, skills would be none, but it will have instead condition, immunities, and this one is perhaps a little bit cheesy, but it keeps it clean and simple. All. You cannot frighten Katanak. You cannot charm. You cannot restrain Katanak. Katanak is a manifestation of evil itself. It is not something so tangible as to be held down. It is not something that you can slow or coerce. It is merely something that may be destroyed, either by tearing apart the energies that hold it together, but it'll be back in a moment, or by tearing down the URIEL that it erupts from. The idea there is to, if nothing else, keep it a little bit simpler as to how the combat is supposed to go. Focus on the URIEL. Destroy the demons, sure, but focus on the URIEL. So from deformed, slight alignment changes to some frames that can argue for a neutral alignment for NPCs in a story. For example, DM slightly changed Trinity. I mean, fair enough, yeah. When it comes to alignment, if your DM decides that these are not necessarily there to be evil towards their non-friends, then fair enough. By and large, I've gone for the evil approach, so that they are very coded as villains. They are not some happy-go-lucky, friendly, adventuring types. They are definitely there to destroy and loot. They're Warframes, gone basically feral. That is the broad, generic design I've given for them, but if that doesn't work for the setting, change it. Go right ahead. I just wouldn't recommend turning them good, because then things will very rapidly become unbalanced, as one wonders, okay, how does any threat exist when every Prime Warframe is good boy scout, girl scout, running across the universe, making it all grand again? And full disclosure, mercenaries are usually evil. Despite what they may try to tell you, mercenaries are usually evil because they will quite happily seek out their own benefits and they will hurt others along the way to get it. Quite gladly, even. That's pretty frickin' evil. Okie dokie. So, armor class should matches URIEL. Hit points half matches half of URIEL, and speed of Katanak. Honestly, I'm just going to put yeah, follows URIEL. Well, keep. Let's just give him a simple 30 foot fly brackets hover. That's the safest way of doing it. Yeah. That's the way. You're close to triple digit mana count. Queen? Triple digits is really easy to achieve. Are you sure triple is what you meant? Yeah, it's fine to form chaos. That's absolutely fine. If your DM, as I say, wants to use them in a potentially friendly manner, then sure. It's just, I leave it to the DM in terms of the world building at that point. The world building expects, the world building of any DM's campaign expects them to keep some level of coherence to it for the players to actually interact with it. And if the DM wishes to include good warframes or neutral warframes instead of world building, so long as they're prepared for those concerns that can come about, sure, it's all good. Otherwise, there are risks that I wouldn't want to be the one unpacking. That's all. That's all. Okay, yeah, so armor class matches Uriel, hit points matches half of Uriel's, speed is 30-foot fly, hovering meaning that they don't actually have to move anywhere, they could just sit there. To go for any monster? Pretty much, yeah. There are various monsters which are designed to be good, there are others designed to be neutral, and that is just to give you an idea as to their tendencies as to how they interact. It means then that if you design a monster and say this is a good monster, you're going to expect that it's largely going to want to help others. That it's largely going to be more selfless than the average creature you come across. And when you factor that in with the capabilities of Warframes, you then have to start asking questions. Okay, so how is it embodying that? How is it demonstrating that to us? It's all world building. It is all world building. Right, challenge special. Person figuring out on that. Strength, Dex, Con, Intwis, Char. So, Strength, Dex, Con, Intwis, Char. Do we want to give these some specific numbers? I'm sure we do. Let's go with the Strength on this is a 6 for minus... Actually, no, this is the Grappler one. This one is a 16 for a plus 3. Dex on this will be a flat 10 then. Constitution, a flat 10. Intelligence is a flat 10. Wisdom is a 14 for plus 2. And Charisma is a 10 for a 0. No. 12 for a plus 1. Give it a little bit more. Which means passive perception is now 12 on this. Now, those stats on Katanak won't change as it levels up, which is also part of why it has all of these condition immunities. It's gonna need them. And this is a small... small demon. Okay. So, reactions, demonic ability, we don't need to go into that yet. Manifest Evil, exists with... Cannot act other than to move and follow... move on Uriel's turn. Katana cannot act other than to move on Uriel's turn and react to Uriel's demonic action. It's a weird one, but yeah. Okay, demonic ability. Katanak targets... Okay, now, this is where I run into an issue. I've been thinking this through. What I want to have is Katanak targets 2, 3, 4, and 5 across Initiate through to Prime. similar to how in-game we could target between 2 and 5 creatures. I want to have the range increase as well. So I think I want to tie those into demonic action on URIEL stat block, but then I need the Katanak generic stat block to react to that. So let's instead have URIEL targets 2 creatures within 30 feet for Katanak's demonic ability. Targets a creature within 30 feet for Golfagor's demonic ability, and URIEL directs Vitalist to a target within 30 feet for directs Vitalist to a target within 30 feet for its demonic ability. Because Vitalist acts slightly different, it needs a specification of target rather than creature. And then at higher levels, they can have more creatures needed, more range is needed. That's how I cover that there. So Katanak targets the designated creatures with a psychic chain, bonding the targets in their misery. Each target must make a charisma saving throw. Use URIEL's spell save DC. Spell save DC does not need capitals. On a failed save, each creature is bound. Each creature is linked for up to 1 minute. Minute to each target of this ability. So on a failed save, each creature is linked for up to 1 minute to each target of this ability. When any of the targeted creatures... when any number of the targeted creatures take damage from a source, the linked creatures take damage... take psychic damage equal to half that amount. Each linked creature may re-attempt the saving throw at the end of each of their turns, clearing the effect on a success. Each of its each creature may attempt the saving throw at the end of just its turn. At the end of its turns, clearing the effect on a success. Okay. Let me check that this reads properly. Katanak targets the designated creatures with a psychic chain, bonding the targets in their misery, giving you an idea as to what's going on. Each target must make a charisma saving throw. Use your spell save DC. On a failed save, each creature is linked for up to 1 minute to each target of this ability. When any number of the targeted creatures take damage from a source, should say from any source, the linked creatures take psychic damage equal to half that amount. Each linked creature may reattempt a saving throw at the end of its turns, clearing the effect on a success. I'll be honest, I feel like this needs explanation. I feel like this is going to need an info box. So my intent with this is that creatures that are targeted but save don't take the psychic damage, but they are still conduits for the psychic damage out to the others in the original designation. Because if I required both of them to save, it's effectively an advantage to pass against it when there's only 2 creatures targeted. Even with 3 or 4 creatures, if 2 or 3 of them pass in those cases, the one that failed gets away scot-free. There's nothing to be chained to, the ability does nothing, it's kind of underwhelming. And then the whole save ends is just to allow them to get out of it sooner. It encourages use of abilities to buff up those saving throws. You're not just locked in for the full minute. So yeah, I think a little info box needed on that. And then the other thing is, when I say any number of the targeted creatures take damage from any source, that's to cover AoE effects. What I don't want is a fireball, for example, or something like that, landing in a group of them. Okay, well, A took damage, so B and C take the damage, and then B took damage, so A and C take the damage, and then C took damage, so A and B take the damage. Because that would be an explosion of power. And as much as that's exactly how it works in Warframe we're supposed to obliterate hordes of enemies. In D&D, the Warframes are supposed to lose, is the point. So I need to have that balance there, that they can actually lose and not just go, oops, sorry, a couple of you failed your saving throws, dead. Deformed case, they probably should add the effect can't trigger itself to spread damage. I could say non-psychic. So when any number of the targeted creatures take non-psychic damage from any source, the linked creatures take psychic damage equal to half that amount. It adds a weird little other bit that psychic damage doesn't get the spread. And that can work in favour somehow if the players can figure it out. Honestly, that's a hand it over to the players. See if you can make this work in your favour. I don't know if there exists some feature that says if you would receive damage, use a reaction, change that damage type to a different one. But if that exists, then that would be a hard counter to this. And so go ahead, use it, laugh maniacally at finally having a really good use for such a niche feature. Yeah, I think just that little detail there, and it's a good catch to find a way to add that detail. That little detail just makes it where it can't spread itself, but I still want to be clear as to the triggering circumstances here. So I need an info box. Some of these Warframes have info boxes, not a lot of them, but as we see here, yep, Sevagoth has an info box. So let's just grab the formatting off of that. That uses the note field. Okay. Yeah, you're very right. It does look like it would otherwise immediately go infinite, and that is a very valid concern. Infinites are not my intention here, so we'll make it clear it doesn't. Oh, we got quite a few 30 stream streaks happening today. I guess it's the anniversary of that. Well, 30 stream anniversary of that feature being put in. Pretty cool. So, note. This is... let's go with... Yeah, it is... I don't think I'm going to need a note about Gulfagor. Don't think I'm going to need a note about Vitalis, so I can just focus on Katanak here. So, limits of Katanak. I'll just take out this text and we'll just put in the correct stuff. So, and say they only take damage per instance damage, stuff like that. So the thing is that the D&D doesn't really talk about instances of damage like that. And even on the instances of damage, if we've got a chain of things going on, like, yeah, take the example of 4 chained enemies, each one gets hit by an AoE, that one takes an instance damage, that one does, that one does, that one does. Technically, because they're all different creatures. It's all coming from the same source, and that's where I'm using the phrasing of damage from any source to try and get the person on the line of this is intended to be a one-time thing, not a quadratic scaling or whatever. But instance damage isn't really referred to in the same way as it is in various like card games or whatnot. So that's where I'm running into the limits of the system and just kind of trying to use natural language to explain that around for people. So yeah, let's get onto that. Dirty Badger, cheers. Ooh. Katanak's ability has intentional distinction between the initial targets and those that have failed and become linked. Failed the save and become linked. While a creature can succeed on its saving throw and be taking no psychic damage from the ability, it can still be a conduit for the link in the other direction. There we go. However, Katanak's link only triggers once per... what's the word I want to use? Once per damage source. If multiple creatures would take damage from the same source, such as a fireball spell. Actually, no. Do I have a... what's a good reference AoE? Actually, I can reference the AoE from URIEL, such as a brimstone spell. So, if multiple creatures would take damage from the same... oh wait, no, that's not a good example, because that doesn't happen at the same time. Such as a... same source at the same time. Let's reference Ember. Ember's already crying at the existence of URIEL. Let's reference Ember at least. Here we go. Yeah. We'll go with Ember's Inferno. So, if multiple creatures would take damage from the same source at the same time, such as Ember's Inferno spell. There we are. If multiple creatures would take damage from the same source at the same time, such as Ember's Inferno spell, only the highest damage... so, only one creature shares the damage through the link. Use the highest damage taken by a creature this way if multiple creatures take different amounts from the same source. So, Katanak's ability has an intentional distinction between the initial targets and those that have failed the save and become linked. While a creature can succeed on its saving throw, taking no psychic damage from the ability, it can still be a conduit for the link in the other direction for any creatures who have not passed their save. However, Katanak's link only triggers once per damage source. Per instance, I suppose, yeah, just to be very clear on the timing. If multiple creatures would take damage from the same source at the same time, such as Ember's Inferno spell, I think I'm going to put the at the same time in bold. Such as Ember's Inferno spell, only one creature shares the damage through the link. Use the highest damage taken by a creature this way if multiple creatures take different amounts from the same source. Yeah. No idea, Mr. Vengeance. Buy from elsewhere. Yeah, Queen, the reason people are referencing Ember crying with Uriel is that Uriel and Temple both are recent fire-based frames that have come out, and they work amazingly. And a lot of people look at Ember and go, okay, Ember, now what's your cool thing? You summon meteors? Oh, sweet. So that like really wipes the field, doesn't it? I was like, I wish it did. Because it doesn't. It really doesn't. But yeah, that's why she's a bit upset. Or probably would be if she had any agency to be upset. But yeah. Also, welcome in, GTS Eternal. Welcome on in. Yes, indeed, this is Warframes in D&D as part of the ongoing and already published documents. It's just D went ahead and made another Warframe, didn't they? So I have to go ahead and make another set of monsters. I think this covers the nature of Katanak. I think this covers it. At this point, I'm actually going to, because of the way this is worded, I'm going to take out the strength on Katanak. Because they don't need that. As much as this grappling thing they're doing, they're not really doing it themselves. This is all going to be in the casting. And so let's instead give it all in the charisma. It's a very corrupting demon. That's its focus. The rest is just kind of there as flat tens. So, for a sanity check, Katanak, small demon, chaotic evil, matches Uriel for armor class, matches half of Uriel for hit points, has a speed of 30 feet, passive perception, 12. I should say, I need the bit about what if it dies. Uriel is always coerced by a trio of small demons. It starts each combat with a Katanak, Golfagor, and Vitalist demon adjacent to it. If a demon would be reduced to 0 hit points, it vanishes for 1 minute, then reappears adjacent to Uriel with full hit points. If a demon would be reduced to hit points, it vanishes for 1 minute, then reappears adjacent to Uriel with full hit points. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. That's fine. Katanak is manifested by Uriel. Warframe is not a typical creature. It only exists within 150 feet of its Uriel source and vanishes when Uriel is killed. Katanak cannot act other than to move on Uriel's turn and react to Uriel's demonic action. Okay. Katanak targets designated creatures with a psychic chain. Designated creatures being Uriel targets 2 creatures within 30 feet for Katanak's demonic ability. So those. Each target must make a charisma saving throw. DC is over here. On failed save, it's linked for up to 1 minute to each target of this ability. When any number of the targeted creatures take non-psychic damage from any source, the linked creatures take psychic damage equal to half that amount. Each linked creature may re-attempt the saving throw at the end of its turns, clearing the effect. I should say clearing the linking effect. Not linking effect on a success. And then clarity, limited Katanak. Distinction between initial targets and those that failed to save. While it concedes a saving throw, taking no damage, it can still be a conduit. However, only triggers once per source per turn. Once per source per moment. And if multiple creatures take different damage from the same source, use the highest one. Cool, I think we have that. Yeah, I think that covers that quite nicely. Alright then, next, before we come on to the weapons, is actually the spell. Let's grab a new page. Let's copy from Valkyr for usefulness. There we go. Just more than anything gives us the formatting up front. So this is Uriel's Void Powers, and this one is all about Infernalis. So this is going to be a a Void Transmutation. No, it's a Void Evocation. It's a fiery aura around them, so I'd say it's an evocation. As much as we do get the flight out of it, evocation still feels more accurate to what's going on. It is a bonus action. It is a range of self, and then 5-foot radius sphere. Components vocal and somatic. Duration is 1 minute. The actual function of which is Uriel surrounds surrounds itself in a wreath of demonic fire. If Uriel demons are alive during this spell, they also have the same fiery aura. I should say the range. Surrounds itself in a wreath of demonic fire with a radius of 5 feet in a sphere. There we are. So, Uriel surrounds itself in a wreath of demonic fire in a sphere with a radius of 5 feet. If Uriel's demons are alive during the spell, they also have the same fiery aura. Non-friendly creatures that start their turn in the aura or enter it for the first time on a turn must make a Constitution, because just sheer heat, Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, on a failed save, the creature takes some amount of damage. A creature can only be affected by can only be damaged by one aura at one Infernalis aura per turn. Just to cover the whole, what if all the demons are in range all at the same time? A completely valid question, only once. And we'll figure out the amount of damage in a moment. That is just math. While this spell is active, if Uriel takes the dodge action, it may enter into demonic flight. While using this feature, Uriel gains a fly speed equal to twice its move. Fly speed equal to... You know what? Let's use the bullet jump. Gains a fly speed equal to its movement speed plus its horizontal bullet jump distance. So if something would give it a jump increase, it gets a faster fly speed. If something would give it a movement speed bonus, it gets a faster fly speed. Neither of them will be in full effect because it's two parts together. But by having either of those buffs, it gets an increase in its fly speed, similar to how Parker Velocity improves it in Warframe. I think that has a neat little tie-in there. So while using this feature, Uriel gains a fly speed equal to its movement speed plus its horizontal bullet jump distance. Uriel must use all of its speed during any turn that its demonic flight is active. In demonic flight, Uriel cannot turn unless it has cannot change direction of movement until it has moved at least 15 feet. Is that in a straight line? So while the spell is active, if Uriel takes a dodge action, which is a very limiting way of activating it, it's matching how it is in Warframe, but at the same time, that is a tough limit on activating it. So if Uriel takes a dodge action, it may enter into demonic flight. By using this feature, Uriel gains a fly speed equal to its movement speed plus its horizontal bullet jump distance. Uriel must use all of its speed during any during each of its turns that demonic flight is active. While flying, Uriel cannot change direction of movement until it has moved at least 15 feet in a straight line. Demonic flight ends when Uriel touches the ground, is prevented from moving forwards due to terrain, attacks, casts a spell, or chooses to end it freely. Hello, Mackenzie. Welcome on in. I think that covers the old, this is a flying ability to get into position, you move quickly, but if you hit the ground, you hit some other structure and you can't just bust through it. If you try to attack, if you cast a spell, or just you want it to end, cool, alright, the flight is done. The flight is just done at that point. I'm trying to make this feel like the way Uriel moves around in Warframe. We'll get to the damage numbers to balance it all off in a moment, but I think this captures that aspect of you have to move, you're gonna move quickly. Because you're moving so quickly, it actually makes turning around somewhat difficult. The idea is to make it just, dare I say, brutish. It's not supposed to be controlled, it's supposed to be rage-filled. And so anything that's like, oh yeah, I've got to use up my movement speed, have I? Well, I'm just going to go on the spot. Nope, not happening. 15 feet, boosh, boosh, boosh. I'm not going to restrict the type of turning after 15 feet, because that just starts to get mathy and wargamey, and most people aren't about that noise, to be quite honest. If a DM chooses thematically to limit it there, honestly, I'm all for it. Go ahead and do it. But that is a restriction that the DM can choose to impose. This part of the spell is just to at least give them that whole, this is what it's supposed to feel like. So that even if someone's never played Uriel, never played Warframe, they have an idea as to how that's supposed to operate. Is that all coming across in the way I'm writing it there to you lot? I believe it is, but yeah. And then otherwise, it's just the fire aura. It is mostly a repositioning tool, as I said as much in the video guide to Uriel. You'd argue deja vu or gas for this? Highway to Hell? Okay. Now I've got the basics down here, because this is not supposed to be much of a damage focus, it's much more of a movement ability. With that in mind, I'm actually going to come off of Evocation, as much as I argued for it earlier. It is more of a transmutation, because we are focusing more on that flight aura, and the fire is a secondary aspect of it. The amount of damage taken is going to be... So I don't want it to be too much. Let's go for 7 brackets 2d6 fire damage. It's a very, very small area. Very small, but it is just on whilst active. Because it's on whilst active, that might be too much. Let me think. That shouldn't be too bad. 2d6 should work. And then we'll make this a 3rd level void transmutation, because it's very similar to the fly ability. But the fly ability just... fly spell even. Fly spell just gives you flight. This has a lot of extra demands on it, but then we've also got the fiery aura around Uriel and their demons. And the fly speed that it gives is a lot higher, so if Uriel does just want to go dash, 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 they can. It can kind of get... Well, okay, they can't triple dash, but the point is they can go far with it. So, for all of its downsides, I think the upsides definitely make this all work out. From Mr. Vengeance saying, fun fact, Wisp running is faster than Uriel flying. Are you talking in-game or in D&D? Which one? In-game. Okay, fair enough. And that comes down to modding. That comes down to modding. But also, yes, Uriel's flight in-game is quite reserved, I've noticed, and that's because if it actually goes fast, it becomes problematic. But I'm giving Uriel some particle velocity modding so that it works. But yeah, I'm not surprised you're outrunning Uriels. I'm really not surprised. I wonder how many Uriels even realize that they can mod for particle velocity and dodge speed to get a faster travel speed. Because even just putting on amalgam barrel diffusion makes it faster. That's knowledge that a lot of people are going to miss. I can guarantee you that. You're watching Titania fly past like, damn you, Pixie. Honestly, with the way that Rove speaks, I'd imagine it be more on the lines of, yes, my loyal companion, sing herald of my arrival. And Titania's like, bro, I don't even think about you. Ooh. But yeah. Okay. So, with this in mind, we've got a 7 damage constitution saving throw on a creature entering the area for the first time in turn, and on starting there, that can double trigger. That can double trigger. If Uriel decides to fly up to, or just walk up to a target, and then end next to them, they're going to start their turn next to Uriel unless they're pulled away in time, and that's gonna trigger it again. There are arguments of, oh, they're not entering it, the zone is moving to them. They're in the zone. So, is there a ruling on this? Have they put one out? Hold on, it was... I think it was Moonbeam. Moonbeam 5e entering zone by it moving. I suppose it got updated, didn't it? Trying to think about that actually. I think it wouldn't trigger. Which version of 5e is this? So this is designed to be compatible with 2014 and 2025. That said, the two do have quite a few differences. I'm just looking at Moonbeam's details. I'm not looking for the details, I'm looking for the rulings on it. Official response, advice, companion, blah 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 blah. Official information, does Moonbeam deal damage when you cast it? What about what effect moves on the creature? Both questions is no. Right. Some spells or other game features create an area of effect that does something when a creature enters area for the first time on a turn, or when a creature starts its turn there. Yep, that's what I'm writing here. Design intent for such spells is this. Creatures enter the area of effect when the creature passes into it. Creating the area of effect on the creature or moving it onto the creature doesn't count. Okay, yeah, fair enough then. So that would only be hitting once per round in standard circumstances there. Alright, that's fine. That is fine with me. Alright, Iggy, you take care. 5e 2016? Hold on. When was 5e released? Yeah, 2014. Yeah. Not 2016. Yeah, had me for a moment. It's a 10-year gap. So it's 2014 and 2024 edition. But yeah. Deformed Chaos, it's mentioned that subsequent entries don't trigger the effect again on the same turn. I mean, that's already built into the whole first time on a turn. But I was double checking on the whole, what if URIEL, who has the aura, moves next to a creature, does that inflict the aura? And the answer is clearly, by the rules, no. As with the clarification given there by the devs, no, that's not supposed to trigger it. And so, I'll maintain that here. So we use the balancing then on that ruling basis, because that's what other players at their own tables should be using, given I'm using a similar wording. So we can expect 7 damage to probably 2 creatures per round with this. So that comes out to 14. For a challenge rating 4, we're expecting a damage output per round of 25 if they're a standard character. URIEL is a middle-of-the-road hit points. Actually, it's slightly above on hit points. His standard hit points would be 75, so it's a little bit higher on the hit points. Armor class, however, is dire. 12 AC is bad, even for a challenge 4. Its skills are nothing crazy to write home about. Intimidation and religion, honestly, who cares? It has got damage resistance to fire, though. That does bring up its effective overall tank. And it's going to have action economy in the demons. I also haven't even touched onto the other 2 demons yet, which it's going to have access to as well. So I need to keep the damage output overall careful here. We're already at 14 out of 25 with this. And with Katanak able to spread that, we can say one of those will trigger out further, so that'll be another 3 damage. So we're at 14, 17 total damage so far. From Arnator, say hello, is there a way to get Toxin on Trumna, or what would you suggest against Corpus? Is there a reason we can't just put on a Toxin mod? Trumna. Oh yeah, you're working with the innate heat. So the way to get Toxin, you would need to do a heat mod, a cold or electric mod, which means you'll have blast or radiation, your choice, and then a Toxin mod. So outside of non-modding ways, like you can use level 6 valence formation for the Toxin, which is amazing, by the way. There's a reason I like levels. But yeah, if you're doing it from just modding, you need to do a heat mod, electric or cold mod, and then a Toxin mod. That's how you get there. Yeah, if you don't have the heat mod, then the base heat comes last in all of the equation. And so any amount of Toxin you've got modded in will go with the other mods on there. Or if there aren't any other mods, it's just Toxin, it'll combine with the heat. So because of hate set, you have to have a heat mod in there as well. And it has to be at the front of all the elemental mods, or at the very least, first or second. Yeah, the toxin mod needs to be last. Awesome. Glad that helps. Right, high levels we'll come to later. That's all just to be figured out. So, I might not even use multi-attack at this rate, which is fine with me. We need to be making the next demon. There we go. Okay, so let's copy the Katanak details. This is now going to be for Gul. Forgot. Oh, God, spelling that is always a pain on my head, apparently. What's the go-to methods to farm Aya? Either speedrun the capture missions in the Void, or go do the top level bounties. Deform Chaos. Put the stream onto your mobile. Carry it around. Have me on audio only for yourself. I do talk a hell of a lot through this, so that'll probably work for you. Alright then, Small Demon, Chaotic Evil, Matches Euro, Matches Half Euro, Fly Speed, blah 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 blah. Same overall statage. Let's go with a 10 whiz. Give it 14 strength. Just to reinforce, this one's the grappler. This one is the grappler. Thinking about it, I might actually change Katanak from Wiz to Int, because that one is casting chains, and then the Vitalist is the one that's creating the runes. Is this a support spell? No, actually, it doesn't mind. It doesn't matter which way around they are, so I'm not going to care about it. Did I create a D&D class for the Operator? I did not know, and I have no intentions of doing so. I may, not guarantee anything at this point, but I may create a Starfinder class that is Operator Drifter, something like that, but that is far down the line at this point in time. I don't want you to get excited about it right now, to be honest. Just because of the amount of work I'll be involved in getting there. Okay, so Gul for Gore, blah 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 blah, Manifested Evil, Gul for Gore. I'm just going to copy the word Gul for Gore, I'm going to use it a lot. Gul for Gore is manifested by URIEL Warframe as an atypical creature and exists within 150 feet, blah blah blah. Vanishes when URIEL is killed. Gul for Gore cannot act other than to move on URIEL's turn and to react to URIEL's demonic action. I should say, it only exists within 150 feet of its URIEL source. Teleporting adjacent to it if this distant if it's too far. And let's just add that line right there. Add that line right there to yep. The Katanak. There we go. Hello, Katcento. Oh, I see Deform Chaos. Yeah, no, you won't find any support here from people on this channel telling you to stay in bed. Nope. Despite the demons I may be writing, we will not be demons ourselves. If you've got stuff to do, you really should be getting on with it. Again, take the phone with you. Listen to the stream as we go. But you know now, if you just stay laying in bed when you've got things to do, when you've got family coming tomorrow, you're going to regret if you don't sort it now. Get the chores out the way, and all of the stress of things you need to sort will vanish. You'll feel all the better for it, and you know that's true. Rest and relaxation just feels that much better when you're not procrastinating to do it. And yes, I am the pot calling the kettle black. Okay, demonic ability. Gul for Gore targets the designated creature. And then the rest of it I actually just need to rewrite. So, goal for gore targets a designated creature. Lunging at it without using its movement, and attempts to wrap around the target's head. Target must make a dexterity saving throw. And the phrase I used was use URIEL's spell save DC. There's a space there, doesn't need to exist. On a failed saving throw, the target becomes blinded to everything except Gulfagor. Hello, Jason. This is the last of the times I intend to be working on this D&D document. But yes, it's already been updated to no-code. That's available up on the website. And this will be adding in URIEL to it as well. But as I intend to move on to more focus on Starfinder, it does mean that I'm drawing the line of all the 2025 frames. It seems like a nice, neat line to draw. I was going to say, wouldn't a grapple of some sort be a strength saving throw? A strength saving throw, it would normally be a let's say, athletics or acrobatics check if it was a normal grapple, but this is more of a spell effect. And I'm getting the idea of you see this demon bat thing just flying straight at your face. You either react in time to dodge out the way, or it goes and now your face hugged. Enemies in Warframe always fail their dex save. But yeah, that's the idea. Mr. Vengeance Sasuke, you're not going to continue with the new frames. I intend to put the time into focusing on basically doing a whole new document. A whole new document. So, I've learned a lot when it comes to design and playstyles and whatnot in making this document. It has been a lot of work. I started this years ago. Genuinely years ago. And one of the core things that I do not like about this document, the way they've designed it, is actually one of the core designs I chose in the first place. What I chose in the first place was to limit it to first ability, second, third, fourth, for the Initiate, Adept, Master, and Prime. So if you're up against an Initiate, the DM has a small stat block to work with, it's nice and manageable, they don't need to fret too much. But the problem is that then for a lot of the low-level Warframes, they don't really feel like themselves. I had to give Titania a constant fly speed, because without it, in the playtest, it just didn't look like Titania. It didn't feel like Titania. There was some Titania ability going on, but it wasn't Titania. And the fly speed was one of the few things I could do to fix that without just changing the entire design. So part of the redesign I intend to do, but using that as also moving over to a different system, is to give the Warframes more abilities at those lower levels, and then scale up those abilities as per that system. Now, the good thing with Starfinder is that it's actually keyed in to do this in a way that is better than D&D, in my opinion. In D&D, it uses bounded accuracy and a lot of other bounded values, which means that on a per level basis, there's not really much of a change. The threat that a challenge rating 5 represents over a challenge rating 3 is a lot. But the threat that a challenge rating 15 represents over a challenge rating 13 is yeah, there's a little bit. I mean, there's a bit more damage, and there might be a +1 to hit, and a +1 AC, and a +1 save. It might be a little bit plus, but it's not really that big of a deal. In Starfinder, and by extension Pathfinder 2nd Edition as well, in those two systems, using basically the same rules, every couple of levels is a much bigger deal. Every couple of levels is double the threat. So something that is 2 levels above is twice as dangerous, 4 levels above, 4 times as dangerous, 6 levels above, 8 times as dangerous. It keeps on multiplying up. And that allows for a better scope for me to be able to control the growth of an ability at those higher levels. There's also the aspect of the weapons. So Starfinder, it's a sci-fi setting, so it has much more sci-fi weaponry, which ties into Warframe themes a little bit better. I don't have to worry about constantly giving them just swords and bows and crossbows to mostly fit in with the theme that most campaigns would be using. In a Starfinder setting, yeah, go right ahead. Here is a gun made of pure gold. It's a thing. It is a thing. Go for it. And so I'll have more freedom to match him with the styles that Warframes already have, and the way their weapons scale up as well also is just far more befitting as this scaling system I'm creating for the creatures. So overall, from what I've seen in Starfinder, it feels like it will be just a wholly better system for recreating these Warframes into, to give something that is not only more interesting at low levels, but scales in a more sensible manner, so that we can bring in those ultimate abilities sooner, get a much more Warframe experience outside of challenge rating 19. And then finally, with all of those carefully statted details, I might, just might, be able to turn that into player character options. That's why I'm drawing a line under the D&D side, because basically everything about it says, let's do this again, but better in a system that is welcoming it. And when it comes to player character ideas, the ticker's ticking. I've got unwritten ideas and scopes and machinations ready to go when I'm ready to really sink my teeth into it. So that is my 2026 plan. That is my 2026 plan. And you will certainly hear more about it as that happens. Not maybe, certainly hear more. Until I get a cease and desist, and then I'll just give up and cry. That won't happen, but yeah. Anyway, goal for goal targets a designated creature lunging at it without using its movements and attempts to wrap around the target's head. The target must make a dexterity saving throw, usually your spell save DC. On a failed save, saving throw, the target becomes blinded to everything except goal for gore. I had some further notes on this. What was that? Goal for gore, goal for gore, goal for gore. Yeah, okay. On a failed saving throw, the target becomes blinded to everything except goal for gore until the end of Uriel's next turn. When goal for gore releases the target. While the target is held this way, if Uriel or its allies hit the target, the attacker... I wrote this down. Actually, yeah, I can just copy what I've written before in my notes. The attacker regains 1 HP. I should put that as 1 hit point. It's not HP, it's 1 hit point per damage die rolled for the hit. And then this other note that I created, which is copy paste straight in, verbatim. If the wrapped target dies, the effects of the Brimstone spell erupt in a sphere radius 10 feet around the target, as if cast by Uriel. Now let's see. As if cast by you. Oh, I don't know. I had a plan on this, but now I'm thinking of another plan which I had for Brimstone, and it's concerning me as to how I'm wording this. If the ramp target dies, the effects of the Brimstone spell are rubbed in a sphere's radius 10 feet around the target. URIEL. Without impeding divine spells. And that's a hint as to what's to come. That is a hint as to what's to come. We have reaction for URIEL to activate? Not where I'm going with that. Hey, congrats, Miralabe. Hope you enjoy all the bits you've got from the event there. From Esprit, if you need help with the proper Pathfinder scaling, I can help out too. The campaign I've DM'd is over 1.5 years old. Well done. So I like to think I've got a grasp on it. And if I missed the point of what you were saying, my apologies, just go here and heard Pathfinder. Honestly, no, Esprit, you are probably going to be one of the main people I'll be reaching out to next year when it comes to the Starfinder stuff I want to delve into. You are probably one of the key people I'll be reaching out to about that. Because, like you say, you've got that ongoing campaign, which I am aware of, and would certainly like your insight. I have a good handle on it. It looks like that Starfinder and Pathfinder 2nd edition both are very well designed in terms of their monster scaling. I have been spending some time testing some of their own monster designs against their advice on building monsters, and so far, ding, 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 it's hit all of the key points bang on, which is better than I could say for D&D 5th edition. 5th edition is a lot more... That's not how you build a system. Not in a way that's easy for people to create their own homebrew and know that it's going to be balanced. What balance, says Pablo. Okay, so. Goal for your target's a designated creature, lunge at it without using its movement, and attempts to wrap around the target's head. Target must make a dexterity saving throw. Blah, blah, blah. On a failed saving throw, the creature becomes blinded to everything except Goal for Gore. I'm going to put the on successful save first, just because it's a short detail. How's weapon design in Starfinder? Honestly, looks good. There are some errors in the first print of the book, which I have there. But that happens with every book ever printed in every way whatsoever for these kinds of things. There are errata to fix those kind of errors. They're things that's tiny little details. When you come across them, you'll go, oh, come on, how did that get missed? But when you consider just how many pages are in it, that's how they get missed. Now, things like, there is one weapon I noticed. I was looking at the damage details. I was like, hang about. It says how much damage it deals. It doesn't say what damage type. And it turns out, yeah, that was indeed a mistake. It's not pure damage or something magical like that. It is just missing a singular letter. Just one letter. Can you differentiate one gun from another like in Warframe? I don't see why not. Hold on, let me just get my book here. Make sure I grab the right book. Yes, of course, they are literally just to the side of me. So, Starfinder 2nd edition player core, which, by the way, Amazon was not the way to get that. Definitely get it from the source or from your local gaming store. Amazon tried offering me it, and then when it got to when they said it was ready, they went, so about that delivery date. We know we said it would be such and such a date. We're now thinking it's going to be never. We'll let you know. Yeah. Go to your local gaming store, ask them to order one in if they don't already have it. But yeah, if I... Oh! I've opened up to the weapons page. Is that a good spread of weapons for you? Does that give you an idea as to variety they welcome on an image basis? I hope so, because that's one of the pages of images here. And then, you know, I mean, there's just a whole bunch more. And then there's all the features and details in terms of the stat blocks for them. Like, oh, sugar, don't break the book, Kent. They have lots and lots and lots and lots. I would like to say they do have some weapon variety. I've got here 2 double spreads of melee and ranged weapons information, including their price, damage, range, how many actions it takes to reload, the bulk for carrying them, the number of hands it takes to operate them, the magazine base size as to how many whatever ammunition it can take. The ammunition has variants, so there are ones which use projectiles, ones which use batteries, ones that use chemical tanks. It then has how much ammunition is expended per shot, the upgrades available on it, the group that it fits into in terms of type of weapon and how that affects specializations, and then it has further weapon traits. Everything from agile, meaning you can attack more precisely if you're making multiple attacks in a turn, concealable, hide it away, something that has a ranged shove to it to shove people at range. It's pretty obvious on that one. Boost, so you can spend an action to ramp up the damage, ready for a more powerful shot. Think like the charge shots in Apex Legends if you play that. So quite a lot going on there, and that's the base level weapons. That's before you upgrade them to higher levels. That's before you also get hold of upgrades to the weapon features. Because he asks this, could you satisfactorily add different weapons like Burston, Bratton, Soma, Heck? Yes. Even down to Burston and Bratton. There are distinctions for burst fire and area fire weapons, and how you can utilize those. Automatic weapons, all of that lot can also be covered, including multiple modes on the same weapon. It has rules and conditions to handle all of that beautifully. In terms of a difference between the, say, Burston and the Heck, where the Heck has a very short range, and then you've got a lot of spread going on. Burston has a lot more range to it, it's a lot more precise. The Heck doesn't just have to have a shorter range, they use range increments, which scales down the precision over that range, if I recall correctly. If I can quickly find range increment as a term in here. Those are features. I think range increment's going to be in just the combat section. Ranged and throwing weapons have a range increment. Attacks of those weapons work normally up to that distance. Attack rolls beyond a weapon's range increment take a -2 penalty for each additional multiple of that increment between you and the target. Attacks beyond the 6th range increment are impossible. And something I could do in particular to that for a super high spread weapon is I could actually say extreme spread as a trait, and then as a trait say attacks with this weapon have double the penalty for going beyond range increment, and they can't go beyond range increment 3 instead. So that would make for a very cone spread style weapon. You know, one that just gives up its goose after just a short distance. That's assuming there isn't even already a feature in here that does that, which I would need to check for. That's part of my research I'll be doing in the new year. There's a lot of features. Oh my god, is there a lot of features? And I love it. As someone as detail-oriented as me, this is... Oh! So yes, do recommend. Do recommend. From Quantifying, saying, this first time I've seen all of this on stream, I'm going to start taking your name more literal. Welcome on in, by the way. When you say first time you see me all of this on stream, is that you've not seen how the Tenno's Tome of Warframes was made before now, or you've not seen just how much of an absolute nerd I am before now? Because either way, fair enough. As we say, there's things like magazine size and volley range, how far away you need to be. So if you want a burst fire shotgun, more mag size, no volley range, low max, distance and spread. Yep, plenty I need to dig into there. Genuinely plenty. And did I mention previously Well, no, I did mention previously, I did post about this on the Discord, so if you missed the details, first of all, why you're not on the Discord? Second of all, I don't just have the player core, I also have the GM core, and this is where I should probably put a brief moment of, hey, technically this counts as a sponsorship because the wonderful, wonderful people at Paizo, they sent me this out for free. They were like, yo, Operation Arias has hit, do you want a copy? I somehow ended up with more than one copy. That's how it works. But they also sent me out a GM code, like, yo, go ahead and enjoy everything about it. So, yes, hashtag ad, technically speaking, but I wasn't even planning to bring this out on stream today. Point is, thank you very much, Paizo. You don't need the GM core for it, but, yep, got the GM core to go alongside the player core that I purchased for myself, and that is beautiful. I got a real book. I'm going to make you slightly sad, potentially, Myla. I don't just have multiple copies. Somehow. One of which I'm already going to be giving to a friend of mine. Let's make sure I have my stream camera up on this, on full. As full as it gets. God, my hair is pathetic. I think you can just about see that there. That front cover might look a little bit noisier than you'd expect. On account of the signature all across the front of it. Arthur. Or should I say Ben Starr. Signed me that copy. So, thank you very much, Paizo and Warframe. That can go right to there. Beautiful. That's awesome. It is absolutely awesome. It is absolutely awesome. So I have a signed copy, signed by Ben Starr, voice actor of Arthur in Warframe, on the document that I wrote the entire introduction for anyway. Because yes, it me. I him, I engineer, I do think. Oh, can't you tell I'm excited about all that lot? Hello, Leslie. Yeah. Myself, friend, and some others we're hoping to get together, looking to do a in-person run of Operation Arias, again in the new year, and I am also looking forward to that. Is that the module they played on stream? Yes. Interestingly, they used 3 custom characters for it, rather than all 4 of the characters in the book. I'm not sure why they chose to do that many, but that's the way they did it. Because in the book, you've got Arthur, but then you've also got Amir, Aoi, and Letty. So it didn't actually have Eleanor, and sure as heck didn't have a URIEL or Valkyrie proto-frame, because I mean, they just don't exist at this point in time. But yeah, otherwise, that one, yeah. Maybe rolling in the royalties. It's not a royalty-based thing on that one, though. I can outright say I was commissioned for my work, and for that I am quite satisfied. How far are we in the D&D stuff? We're getting there. We're getting there. The demons are the most difficult bit of all this setup, I'll be honest. Making the demons work. You know, the protos they made means you can make it yourself. So the book doesn't come with guidance on making that, so I want you to just be aware of that. It has the 4 protos in there for the running of the adventure, but it doesn't come with guidance as to how to make your own protos. It's not a rule book, it is an adventure book. Just be advised on that. So, go for core targets to designate creature, launching it with our units' movements, blah blah blah, make dex save. Yeah, I was thinking of putting in the on success, but no, I'm going to put the end, it's normal stuff. On a failed saving throw, target becomes blinded to everything except go until the end of your roll's next turn, when go releases target. While the target is held this way, if your allies hit the target, the attacker regains 1 hit point per damage die rolled for the hit. Which is a unique way of balancing the scaling on that. If the wrap target dies, the effects of the Brimstone spell erupt in a sphere of radius 10 feet around the target, as if cast by Uriel without impeding divine spells. I should say, but without. There we are. I am going to put the on success at the start here, just because there's so many words in between. Flies back to its starting location. Instantly. Yeah. And then separate that onto a new line, on a failed saving throw, blah 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 blah. Cool, okay. Got it. Oh yeah. You can be flexible as a GM with the Operation Rise. You don't need those for specific characters. So if you did want to run it with alternatively made protos, or if you wanted to just run ordinary Starfinder characters for it, you absolutely could. The only distinction is the contact with the Lotus, but outside of that, you're good, you're fine. It just functions as it functions. I will say there is a couple bits in there where the protos, as designed, they have their unique specializations, which are particularly helpful for very specific moments. But without going into further detail, suffice to say, you'd expect characters to have their own specializations that help in an adventure. So if you do completely replace them with either different protos or with just non-Warframe characters, you will affect the nature of the story, which is kind of a given, really, isn't it? Yes. Okay, let's go for Gold Demon. That's everything I need to write about that one. With the amount of space these are taking up, I'm just going to go to a new column for Vithalus. There's no point trying to squeeze too much onto this page. Do I do giveaways on the D&D Monster streams? I do not know. There will be no giveaway on this stream today. Alright. Let's do a Vithalus. And for Vithalus, the strength is only 10, and instead it is the intelligence, which we are making a 14 plus 2. Just to give it a variety feature. Vithalus... Vithalus flies to the specified target without using its movement speed. And attempts and conjures a demonic rune from the drawn from the suffering of the target. So the targeting on this is Uriel directs Vithalus to a target within 30 feet for its demonic ability. So I should specify about that, as I'm going to go for targets a creature that took damage since the start of Uriel's last turn, or one corpse of a creature that died in that same time within X range. So Uriel directs Vithalus to a target within 30 feet, either died or took damage since the end of Uriel's last turn. So Uriel directs Vithalus to a target within 30 feet that either died or took damage since the end of Uriel's last turn for its demonic ability. There we go. That clarifies that. Okay. So I've got it. Here we go. Flies to a specified target without using its movement speed, conjures a demonic rune drawn from the suffering of the target. Because damage or death. I'm putting the damage or death in there because otherwise the players would have to start losing before this even turns on, and that would suck. Alright, Esprit, you have yourself a good nap. Let's see, so what I noted down earlier was URIEL and its allies may enter this space or interact from an adjacent space. Yeah, let's go with that. So the demonic rune hovers in the space, hovers in the space of the target. URIEL and its allies may draw power from the rune either by entering the same space or by interacting with it from an adjacent space. Any number of allies may do this. Until the end of the interacting creature's next turn, it gains an additional action on its turns, which may be used only to make a single melee or ranged attack. In addition, all of its attacks deal 2 extra damage per damage die rolled. This extra damage is fire damage. Have I specified enough about the rune itself? So, Vitalist flies to a specified target without using its movement speed and conjures a demonic rune drawn from the suffering of the target. The demonic rune hovers in the space of the target for up to 1 minute. No, I don't need to say up to, for 1 minute. URIEL and its allies may draw power from the rune either by entering the same space or by interacting with it from an adjacent space. Any number of allies may do this. Each creature may interact with each rune only once. Until the end of the interacting creature's next turn, so it gets the current turn and the one after, it gains an additional action on its turns, which may be used only to make a single melee or ranged attack. Fire rate bonus. In addition, all of its attacks deal 2 extra damage per damage die rolled. This extra damage is fire damage. Heat bonus. And yeah, I think it is simply that. It is simply that. Yeah. So that gives us URIEL's abilities as demonic actions, which happen after other creatures' turns. I should say others. I don't know if I put the others on here. At the end of another creature's turn, there we go. Select one of the options below that's not been used since the start of URIEL's last turn. So URIEL can send out Katanak to chain some targets, and then send out Gorfagor to, that's it, grapple a target or facehug it. And you can send out Vitalist to respond to a creature being damaged or dying. It's more actively directed than it is in Warframe, but I feel that it is more of interest to a DM to operate it than to try and pseudo-random or fully randomly decide how these demons are going to act. By making it more intentional, it makes it more dangerous and, dare I say, just more interesting. But with that, that means that a lot of the power of Uriel is indeed coming from these demons, doing the chaining, doing the grabbing, blinding, healing bonus, potential of brimstone, and then the extra attack and damage bonus. That can scale quite nicely, and certainly with the extra attack bonus, I do need to factor that in, assuming that Uriel always has access to it, because balance is going to need to consider that. So I think a level 2 party can beat Uriel? Yeah, that's to be expected. Level 2s should not fight Warframes, even an initiate. Okay, so Infernus is cast as a 3rd level spell, we've already dictated that. Do I put Infernus in? Yes, I do put that in italics, is the way I make this work. There we go. Okay. So far what I have calculated here, we've got 2 lots of 7 damage to be accounted for from Infernus, and that's going to be happening every turn throughout the entire encounter, so that's 14 damage per round. We then have, let's see, Gore is applying healing per hit. We'll factor that into hits, but let's just add 1 for the moment. So we're at 15. Katanak is chaining up creatures, and so we can assume that one of the 7s is duplicated, but halved. So 15 now becomes 18. And I'm wanting a damage in the vicinity of 25 to 30 per round here. So we're needing 7 to 12 more damage from Uriel. Bearing in mind that Vifeless is also going to give more damage to that, so we're actually looking for 5 to 10 damage. And we got the extra attack to take into account. Boy, okay. Don't let Uriel get all of this going on at once, because, yeah, that's going to add up. I'm actually going to have to take out the multi-attack. At this level, at least. It just can't be allowed the multi-attack. Now, I have not played with it enough to remember the name of it yet. Uriel's signature gun, or the gun that came with it, I don't know if it's considered signature. Vincubus, there it is. Vincubus. So we go actions, Vincubus rifle. Ranged weapon attack. So ranged attacks, Uriel has a +4 to hit, but I need to actually put the rest of the range details in first. Let's compare to Valkyr's stuff here. Oh no, the plus hit does go in first, I did remember correctly. Okay. So range on this, we'll go range. Meant to be a long range thing, so let's make it long range but low damage at this level. Long range, low damage. So range 150/200. It's going to have a very quick fall off range on that. That is intended. One target. Hit. Let's go with a very low 1d4 plus dex. That'll be 4 damage, 1d4 plus 2 piercing damage. What party levels are these made for? So this one is made for a level 4 party as a medium encounter. It's a challenge 4 creature, so if this was on its own against a level 4 party, they'd find it honestly not that challenging. They'd spend a few resources, have a few wounds, but they'd be like, it happened. A level 3 party would be like, okay, right, we got Warframe to deal with, let's put this one in the ground. Have to really get some go-getting gumption to them, and there'll be a risk of one shot. A level 2 party, they're running. Well, they should be running. A Uriel initiate will run over them. But this is just the initiate, As I go through the higher tiers of them, that's when we get the Adept Master Prime. And those will be higher hit points, higher damage, higher stats, higher threat. Challenge ratings 9, 14, and 19. And oh boy, is the 19 going to be a doozy. So yeah, Vincubus Rifle, ranged weapon attack, blah blah blah, and then we'll have a Vincubus Bayonet. Melee weapon attack. Honestly, do we go with that being a strength-based or dex-based? I'm gonna give it dex-based. To be fair to Uriel, let's give it a dex basis. Reach 5 foot. 1 target. Hit. We'll make this one higher because it's melee, not ranged. So it's 5 brackets 1d6 plus 2 piercing damage. There we are. Of 19 is Brimstone for 2 miles. Maybe not 2 miles, but still plenty big enough. Bear in mind, in game, it has a base range of only what? Is it 15 meters? I want to say. Yeah, 15 meters. Which is 45, 50 feet, something like that. I think it's like 50 feet. Hold on. 15 meters in feet. 49 feet, yeah, 50 feet. But we're not going to go with 50 feet. Oh no. It'll be a bit more than that. But that has a Rama class, hit point, speed, stats, skills, senses, damage resistance, languages. No infernal in there, that's intended. Challenge rating, proficiency, bullet jump, demonic influence. Yep. Void powers, Vigorous Rifle, Vigorous Bayonet, Infernalist, demonic actions. I've considered applying a cantrip to Uriel to lead into demonic spellcasting rather than just the rifle bayonet. However, seeing where the rest of the stats have come together, Uriel doesn't need that. Any cantrip here would add more power than Uriel deserves. So, at least for the initiate, I'm happy to leave that one where it is. We have all the stats, we have the spellcasting, we have demonic actions. Uriel targets 2 creatures within 30 feet for Katanek's demonic ability, targets a creature within 30 feet for Golfagor's demonic ability, and directs a Vitalist to a target within 30 feet that either died or took damage since the end of Uriel's last turn for its demonic ability. Bam, bam, bam. We have everything about Katanak, that's all we checked over, limit to Katanak, all the Golfagor stuff, all the Vitalist stuff, and all 3 of those demons are designed to scale with Uriel, with the exception of their core stats, made up for by their complete condition immunities. Passive perceptions are wrong. God damn it. I almost had it all. There we are. That is that all completed. Now, this has taken a long time. We've taken just over 2 hours to get to this point here. But that's because it also included 3 additional stat blocks, which don't normally exist for a Warframe, so I'm not concerned. The rest of it should be a lot quicker from here. So let's grab the Uriel Initiate stat block. Let's copy it down onto our new page. This is where we're going to turn this into Uriel Adept. I need to start going through the upgrade on the stats there. So let's see. Across the board on the stats. I've just had a look at this actually. I might have given Uriel a little bit too little in the stats. I just realised the Dagath one I was looking at was the older Dagath. Let's give Uriel the extra strength to make the bayonet make a little bit more sense. Because it doesn't feel like it should be a dex weapon, so yeah. 14 strength plus 2. Bullet jump increases from 6 foot to 10 foot vertical and a 28 foot horizontal. Not a concern. And then Bayonet is now just, we're considering it strength-based. Yeah. Right. Adept. So, on leveling up, we need +2 to the stats across the board, plus some extras here or there. So let's do those now. The strength that was 14 is now 16. The dex that was 14 is now 16. The con that was 13, 15 as a starting point, but I may do more with that. The intelligence that was 16 is now 18. The whiz that was 10 is now 12. And the chart that was 6, this one jumps up a chunk, that is now 10 for a flat 0. And then let's see, where do I want to put the extra stacks? I think it has a little bit more. Because let's see, Jaya went up by 1 in strength, 2 in dex, 1 in whiz, 1.5 in con, 1 in intelligence, and then the 2 in charisma. So 1 extra stat, and I think put it into... I'm going to do a split increase. We'll go 16 on the con for a +3, and a 13 on the whiz, which doesn't actually change its stat. And there is a silly reason for that. The silly reason being, Uriel Adept has 16, 16, 16 on the stats. It's a stretch, okay? It's a stretch, but I have justification for it to be a 6, 6, 6 stats, technically. Technically. Let me have this. Yeah, from Leslie. Never watched your streams playing and testing Uriel. Did you enjoy his playstyle? I did, yes. It's a pretty simple playstyle, but it is immensely satisfying to just domain expansion hell, and it actually goddamn works as well. You're not like going, okay, the damage is there, but is it really killing? It makes no excuses. It kills. And that just feels great. That just feels great. Yeah, fair enough, Sectorman. You'll get Uriel very easily. If you've run through Descendia already, then you probably picked up enough material to just buy the other blueprints from Roth already. But yeah, there is the crafting bit. You are very right. Crafting is... yeah. I got gifted the frame. I am very happy for that. Very happy. Okay, so, stat changes. Going up to this level, they usually gain +2 on the AC. We'll very happily continue that here. With a 16 constitution, the hit points should now be 157 to 165. Let's go 165. There we are. And 165 is represented by 22d6 plus 66. Hey, I've done it again. There's a 6d6 plus 66. Oh, come on. It writes itself. The triple sixes. Yeah, okay, that works. Anyway. Normal composed human being. Skill increase. What skill do we give to Uriel Adept? Demon's Lie. Deception. So deception will be a +4 should be their proficiency at this level, I want to say. Yes, it is. Yep. So deception will be +4. Intimidation is a +8 because expertise. Religion is a +8 because int 4, proficiency 4. Passive perception is now an 11. There we go. Bullet jump distance has changed. It's now 3, 6, 12 for vertical? Alright, yeah, because I didn't copy over the updated stats. And horizontal is 32 feet. Beautiful. Demonic influence doesn't change. It's just the flat stat information. And spell save DC has changed. It is now a 16. Incubus rifle is now going to be a +7 to hit. 1d4 plus 3 piercing damage, that's a 5. And likewise, the Incubus Bayonet goes through the exact same process for a 6 average damage. Alright. What's the most powerful D&D Warframe I've made? Well, that's the point, Leslie. They're supposed to be on the same level. So every challenge rating 19 is equivalent, as equivalent as I can make it, to every other challenge rating 19. Where a Warframe ability would do too much, that I just couldn't convert it fairly, then I would scale back some of the features, or if things were too video gamey, I would take those ones out. And likewise, if an ability did too little, then I've given it some more oomph. Something that fits in. Of course, just before the ads hit. Oh, that happens, doesn't it? We'll come back to that question. Alright then, so Infernalist, we'll deal with the details on that in a moment. The demonic actions do need to change. So Katanak now targets 3 creatures, and for all 3 of them, their range is increased to 45 feet for their activation. There we go. Leslie, you should be back. Are you back? Every time. Miralabe! Miralabe, thank you very much for the gifted sub over to Leslie the Dragon. Leslie, you complained about ads once. Miralabe has decided that shall not stand. And seeing as they can't ban ads, they can ban you from seeing them. There we are. Thank you very much, Miralabe. Much appreciated on that. You forgot the tinsel? Alright, sure, why not? Miralabe, thank you very much for gifting not 1 but 6 total subs out to the community here. So that's 1 out to Leslie, and then randomly out to the Berserker 12, to Phobos Lab Anomaly, to Krakat, to Harmonic Bow, and to the password to my luggage. What? No, to BK77Q. So, Miralabe, thank you very much for the gifted subs there. Let's get your tinsel onto the tree. Yeah. And I think I just saw a very smart comment. Oh, goodness gracious, this is a really long piece of tinsel. What? Oh, right, this was supposed to be on the banister. Oops. I wondered where that went. No. This is tree tinsel. Sorry, I have tinsel for the tree and tinsel for decorating part of the house, and I may have forgotten to put that one up on the stairs like I did last year. Oops. So, this one could go... down here. There's not enough red down here. There we go. Beautiful. Framing the bottom of the tree. Leslie, we don't ask those questions. It's for the best. But yeah, Zuckner saying should probably specify target up to 3. Yeah, so URIEL targets 2 or 3 creatures. 2 or 3. The 2 or 3 because we don't want it to target just 1 creature, then it does nothing. So the up to wouldn't quite fit there, but 2 or 3 definitely captures that much better than just 3. You're very right. Okay, the rest of it though all just sits, that is good. So next we need to think about... I didn't even have the high levels to Infernalist, well we still need to think about that separately. We need to be thinking about the next spell. And that next spell, that is... what's it called again? Nope, it's left me. Let's look at the wiki. It is called Remedium. There we are. Remedium. Okay. So this will be some level of void evocation, because healing is evocation magic. Because. That is going to be a casting time of one action. So we can give some proper oomph to it. That'll be a radius of just self. Components vocal somatic as is standard, and duration Now it does give iframes, as it were, in Warframe, which I'll be honest, I don't like the phrase iframes when it's more than a little bit of immortality. It actually lasts for the entire casting. Oh, and it cleanses status effects. Oh, I didn't notice it cleansed status effects. I wasn't letting them happen often enough. Okay, the invulnerability is during the casting. The casting is a little bit on the long side, but it's not like that long. So Zegna, the wording at higher levels, I can change as needed, but 2 or 3 is particularly correct at the moment, because it's only one of those two options. Other higher ones, I can go 2 to 4 enemies and 2 to 5 enemies, you're absolutely right. But right at this point, the 2 or 3 shows it is a... what's it? It's a binary choice. It's either one or the other. A dichotomy, if you will. How did I enjoy the Old Police Quest? It had a lot of good moments, as you say. Unfortunately for me, and this is something that I don't know that I can really get around as my position as a creator, just in the Warframe space, I feel like a lot of the cool moments were pre-seen. Because I had already experienced them through dev streams, through TennoCon, through things like that, a lot of those cooler moments were just kind of already taken. I wasn't experiencing for the first time. I wasn't seeing the big old sword slash for the first time, the crashing into the planet for the first time. Not crash landing, but crashing to attack the... they're not called separatists now. The people. The people there. So yeah, it was an alright quest. It's just a lot of the pizzazz for me I'd already seen too much of, I feel. And what I hadn't seen so far, which was mostly more on the story side, more questions than answers by quite a bit. Not all of them, perhaps the questions they want us asking. Yeah. Big Sword Slash bugged for you? Oh, it wasn't actually bugged. It was based on the focus school that you either selected or went in with. So for me, I actually got the bow, because that's just what I went in with in terms of focus school. But yeah, it was certainly an interesting choice to have it like that. It was a choice. It was a choice. Right, Remedium, duration, instant. URIEL draws on the souls of hell to souls of hell, and the souls of the vanquish. Let's go with that. Doesn't have to refer to hell specifically then. URIEL draws on the souls of the vanquished to recover its vitality. URIEL gains some amount of hit points. With excess... with hit points in excess of its maximum, instead being gained as temporary hit points. In addition, URIEL's demons either regain half their maximum hit points, or are resummoned at full hit points if they if it was destroyed. There we go. Welcome back, Deformed. You're very right, Tom. I do have a preference for harder sci-fi when it comes to storytelling, but I'll be honest, it's not the hard versus soft sci-fi or sci-fi versus fantasy that was more of my criticisms that I have when it comes to the old piece. I'll be honest, I'm actually kind of loath to go into my criticisms of it because, to be honest, I just don't really want to be a negative Nancy about it. I just don't. There's still all of Warframe, and Warframe is enjoyable. There's still the missions, all the bits and pieces there. And in the past, I've always had my reservations about the storytelling in Warframe. I've said before now that they have a large collection of interesting ideas, and not the best job at all at tying it together. Actually, at times a bit of a poor job. So I don't really want to go over it too much. Just in case of, it was a cool quest, just like the New War was a cool quest. And if I go into it any further than that, I'm going to end up pissing off a lot of people who enjoyed it. Yeah. For some reason, Descending had the same blessing choices as last week. I mean, it's got to happen to someone, Leslie. Pure random does that. There's only, what, like 15 or so possible options in the first place? I think it's like 15 or so. Let's even assume it's 20. So that'll give you what? I don't actually know off the top of my head what chance that would come to of repeats. Yeah, that's some combinatorics that's just not coming to my head right now. It's too late for that. You and your buddy had the same exacts as first week. Oh, brother only same as well. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So I didn't actually pay attention to mine if I got repeats, but if a bunch of you are getting repeats, that's more than that should be happening. Off the top of my head there. Zom got same as well. Okay, we can expect a hotfix after the holidays. In the meantime, I hope you got good buffs, because it sounds like everyone's getting that. Someone forgot to set the RNG to reroll. Been there, done that. Not in a way that mattered. Okay, so Uriel draws on the Souls of the Vanquished to recover its vitality. Uriel gains some amount of hit points, with hit points in excess of its maximum instead being gained as temporary hit points. In addition, Uriel's demons either regain half their maximum hit points, or are resummoned at full hit points if it was destroyed. Okay. Now, how much healing do we give to Uriel? I'm giving half just outright to the demons. What I want to convey as a thing here is that if players are attacking the demons, they're kind of doing it wrong. They have to be in a big situation to really want to focus the demons rather than focus Uriel. So that healing there is very much oops, you tried. Big mistake. Do your research next time. So let's see. So for Uriel Adept, we'd be expecting a damage per round of at least 45, and I'd probably be leaning higher than that still, on the basis of their, frankly, disastrously low armor class. I also haven't given them a saving throw yet, I need to put that in, but it's not going to be a great one. My planned saving throw for them was Charisma. So yeah, almost might as well not exist. So on that basis, we can get away with more power into them, and I'll factor it all together. Typically when it goes for full turn healing abilities, a monster can get away with healing as much as it would have done damage, and that roughly works out the same. Roughly. It's not perfect, but it's a good rule of thumb to utilize. The problem here is accounting for that damage calculation. Let's come back to that. It's going to take up a turn to cast Remedium, because it is action, and Uriel's not got a lot of other damaging sources normally, so let's start with that. Let's start with just leaving that there and go on to the attacks. As they currently stand, the attacks are not going to do much. So I definitely need to ramp up the power behind them, because we would have actually near enough the same damage as we had at the Initiate. I've not added in anything new on it so far. So we'd have Bayonet melee. It doesn't even... Uriel doesn't really want to be a melee range, so that's Bayonet range attack for 5. We'd get 14 typically out of Infernalist, so that's 19. Let's see. Katanak would chain it up, so 5, 6, 7, so yeah, it's 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Gore for Gore, make it a little bit easier to hit, and we get some healing off of it. 26, 27, 28 for rounding of features, and Vitalus is a bonus to damage, and attacks. 28 comes 29, 30, 31, 32 for the 2 attacks, and an extra attack here. 32, 37, 38, 39, taking into account Gore for Gore's bonuses. I think just upping the damage dice is the correct thing here. Just doubling the damage dice. That feels like the correct action. It's not a lot of an increase, but there's enough moving parts going on that it does end up doing enough overall damage. 5, 6, 7, 8. And this 2d6 gives us 10 total piercing damage on that. By increasing the dice from 1d4 to 2d4, the features which heal, which is the attack on the Gore for Gore target, replicated a kind of health orbs on death thing, that gives now 2 healing per hit rather than 1. And from Vitalus' rune, rather than it being 2 extra fire damage per hit, it's now 4 extra fire damage per hit. So I think all of those features are actually going to bring the scaling together here. That should work out. Which leaves then just the actual healing side. And given the damage we've got available to us on Infernalist, I'm going to say Remedium should be I'm going to go 30 hit points. So somewhere in the region of 30 hit points healing. Let's turn that into dice now. We want a flat number of dice. Or do we want to add a plus to them? Let's add a plus to it. Let's make it about half dice, half not dice. So I'm looking about 15 plus 15. If I do d6s, 4d6 gives us 14. So I could do 4d6 plus 16. Gives me my ballpark. 46 plus 16. There we go. I just kind of worded out a bunch of math there. If you didn't keep up, I fully understand. That's not really intended to keep up with, but yeah. So I'm going for a not extra attack on Vicubus, but instead, because we got the extra attack from the rune, but instead getting the extra damage dice. Mitigating just how much that overall attack climbs. I think that works out. It does also mean that crits are kind of terrifying, and you know what? I'm okay with that. If a demon can't be terrifying from time to time, we're doing it wrong. So yeah, Uriel draws in the souls of the vanquished, recover its vitality. Uriel gains 30 hit points, with hit points in excess of its maximum instead of being gained as temporary hit points. In addition, Uriel's demons either regain half their maximum hit points or are resummoned at full hit points if it was destroyed. I should say each of Uriel's. Regain? No, let's say instead of regain half their maximum, regain half as much. Let's just scale it with Uriel the entire way, yeah. So now what we have here is Uriel could open up with activating his bonus action, Infernalis. So you've got this demon-looking guy with this very gory-looking rifle, because it's got this obviously blood-stained bayonet on the end of it, striding towards you with a snap of their fingers and a growl of an incantation. A wreath of demonic flames erupts around them, and demons burn into existence surrounding them. They level their gun. Bang! In comes the first shot. It slams into whoever, and they take the 10 damage from it. They're like, ow, okay, yeah. Was it just the 10 damage? Like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we can work with that. We can work with that. But it's not done. They realize, okay, so with this fiery wreath, getting into attack is going to be a bit more difficult. We're going to be risking taking damage in the process. Then out come the demonic actions. And they realize, oh wait, that wasn't the entire turn. Katanak starts chaining things up. Golvagor grabs someone's head, blinding them. The Vifelus saunters up to whoever got shot and just creates a demonic rune around them. They're wondering, what does the rune do? What does the rune do? What does the rune do? DM, tell me more. You'll find out. I think that brings it together. My only concern so far in this design is that Uriel's dodge to go into fly mode might be a bit problematic, in that it might be too expensive. It might be too expensive. I'm going to make one change to it at this point. One change I think is going to be almost certainly a good thing. And that is on the flight feature. May enter a demonic flight. Whilst his feature gains a flight speed equal to his movement speed plus its horizontal bullet jump distance. Blah, blah, blah. And can pass through hostile creatures' spaces unimpeded. Expensive because action to dodge deformed. So adding on that bit there, this is to tie into the rune usage as well. Now Uriel feels like they can just barrel through enemies. They can't hold a line against them. Similar to how Uriel in the quest just busts through the door, nothing is getting in Uriel's way. If Uriel says Uriel is going this way, Uriel is going this way. But it also means with the rune from Vifelus, Uriel can pass through it, grabbing the rune on the way, come out of that burning flight, and then can use the extra action from the rune to immediately go for an attack. Oh yeah, really, I do agree. And that's another part of where I'm looking forward to redesigning this kind of thing in Starfinder, because the action economy is much more fluid. I am looking forward to that. Yeah, just that little detail there just gives it a bit more synergy as to what Uriel can do here. I am still a little, quite a bit concerned, but I suppose Fire Aura at the start, ability to kind of get out of dodge by dodging and still having speed, the dodging leading into enhanced movement speed, it's effectively a dash. Because by going from speed 30 to speed 62, that is quite literally doubling Uriel's speed, so it is a dodge and dash in one. And it is a dodge dash that they can then keep the the speed from for their next turn, whereupon they can dash, and actually go 124 feet in a single turn. That's not bad, especially when they can go 124 feet up. And the rest of the party goes, oh, bye then. So, like, yeah, there's options. There's options. It's supposed to have weaknesses. That's the bit I have to factor in as well. It's like, as cool as it's supposed to be, there are supposed to be weaknesses. This one is keying up to a dangerous moment, but it should work. Picture Uriel grabbing someone just flying upwards. Technically, that is within the rules of it, actually, yeah. Uriel can grapple someone, and then next turn, dodge to allow them to enable flight and just go up. And there is nothing about it that says they have to let go of the grappled creature. So they travel at half speed, but they'll be able to just grapple, dodge, go up 30 feet, and then on subsequent turns they can just go another 60 feet up with a dash. All the while the creature that's grappled is screaming, and attacks are flying, and it's all wonderful stuff, yeah. Hell, Uriel can target the grappled creature with Gore to blind them as well, so now they're blinded, burning, grappled, feeling themselves being yanked into the air to a distance they can only guess from the feeling of the acceleration of being launched, spiraling upwards. For that one person, they're having a very bad day. Yeah, that's okay. I just want to make sure that these stats are strong enough. How much is fall damage? It's 1d6 per 10 feet fallen. So if you grab them, go up 30 feet, next turn go up another 60 feet, and then drop them, they'll instantly hit the ground, taking 9d6 fall damage. Which is just a little bit more than a fireball would do to a group. Counterpoint, if Uriel gets knocked prone... oh, they come down. So, don't get knocked prone. And it does still feel a little weak. I'm looking at how it's come together. It is definitely feeling a little weak. Oh. I think I have it. It might be a bit much, but I think I have it. Let me think. No. No. I was thinking of maybe giving it the whole erupting demonic flight as part of casting the spell, but that's not going to go in the right direction for this. What if I just take out the dodge requirement? What if I just let Uriel have the fly speed? I could just go... but how do you do the whole in and out, in and out? Well, I suppose if you have to actually do something, you can't just go in, out, in, out. So the whole forced 15 feet travel still works there, yeah. And if I just make it where the choose to end it freely is replaced with choose to end the spell freely. So they have to land, collide with terrain, run out of movement, attack, cast a spell, or give up on the flight in order to end the flight. I think that should work. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So while this spell is active, no more dodge requirement. While this spell is active, URIEL may enter demonic flight. While using this feature, URIEL gains a flight speed equal to its movement speed, blah 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 blah. Demonic flight ends only when URIEL touches the ground, is prevented from moving forward due to terrain, makes an attack, casts a spell, or chooses to end this spell early. Yeah. I think that's the difference it needs. Taking out the dodge requirement, it does take it away from the design that Warframe has, but then at the same time, I suppose it's just kind of our input. It's not really necessary. By taking that out, it means that on casting, URIEL just gains this flight. Just has it. Oh, that doesn't quite... Once spell is active, they... enter into demonic flight. So, yeah. URIEL may, on its turns, enter into demonic flight. Necessary specification there. Will use this feature, gains a flight speed equal to its movement speed, blah blah blah. Can pass through, must use all its speed during each of its turns. During each of its turn, while demonic flight is active. That's our restriction, yeah. So if URIEL wants to fly for a bit, shoot, and then fly again, they're now kind of still stuck into the restriction of, well, you gotta find some way to end either the flight or your movement. Yeah. Yeah, that works, that works, that works. So while the spell is active, URIEL may on its turns enter into demonic flight. While using this feature, URIEL gains a flight speed equal to its movement speed, plus its horizontal bullet jump distance, and can pass through hostile creature spaces unimpeded. URIEL must use all of its speed during each of its turns while demonic flight is active. Is that the best way of phrasing that now? Yes, the least wordy way I can put it. While flying, URIEL cannot change direction of movement until it has moved at least 15 feet in a straight line. Demonic flight ends only when URIEL touches the ground, is prevented from moving forwards due to terrain, makes an attack, casts a spell, or chooses to end this spell early. Yeah. It may resume demonic flight during the same turn if it does so immediately. I don't need any. It may resume demonic flight during the same turn. It ended it without risk of falling. So that's where I'm giving it the whole, it can fly up, cast a spell, resume flying. Is that fair and reasonable? Because we can do it in game. I haven't given aim glide as a thing before now, but I feel like it allows URIEL to be that much more of a, I don't want to say just threat, but like more of an aerial menace. rather than hamstrung by trying to meet the criteria. So it needs to find a way to end the flight if it wants to end it, but it can always reactivate it again, as long as it's not ended the spell itself, to keep going at it. Without risk of just kind of face planting, because the rules say if you're not flying and you're in the air, you drop. Yeah, I think that's the best way I can make that less of a liability than I had originally written it. Whew. This has been a surprisingly odd one to try and make work. But I think that works for now. It is very much, Uriel opens up the fight, bonus action Infernalis, and then either fly, come in for a stabbing attack or whatever else, or just go up high, shoot, continue flying, whatever it wants to do there, yeah. It does mean this is now a full flight, relatively unrestricted enemy, even at challenge 4, so that is a threat that level 4 or lower parties are probably going to be at risk of dying to, just on account of, haha, he's up there and you're not. If your DM throws it at you and you don't have a bunch of range attacks, honestly, get good, bring range attacks, what are you all doing? You can buy a longbow at every shop. Yeah. Don't go demon hunting without your ability to stop them flying. Okay. It's a risky one, but it works out, kind of. Mildly. Okay. So on Remedium then, the gaining of 30 hit points as that action feels pretty good. It's also healing up the demons a fair chunk. And then let's give the status cleansing a bit of an effect. If Uriel is currently under a negative effect or condition, that it could make a saving throw to end the effect at the start or end of its turn, Uriel makes a save at Uriel attempts a saving throw against one of those effects. Uriel attempts a saving throw against one of those effects as part of casting this spell. Do I give it a bonus? Yeah. Using... with a bonus to the check... Sorry, bonus to the result equal to Uriel's intelligence modifier. There we go. If Uriel is currently under a negative effect or condition, that it could make a saving throw to end. They could make a saving throw to end the effect at the start or end of its turn. Ah, it's so wordy. If Uriel is currently under a negative effect or condition, comma, where it could make a saving throw to end the effect at the start or end of its turn, Uriel attempts a saving throw against one of those effects as part of casting a spell. Uriel has a bonus to the result equal to Uriel's intelligence modifier. That, I think, is what Remedium was missing, yeah. Now it's no longer just a healing ability as an action. It is also a, okay, I'm under some negative that I need to deal with. Maybe it's blindness, maybe it's a slowed effect, whatever is impeding Uriel, they get to strip that away from themselves. That makes the action more valuable. That's what that was missing, yeah. In terms of the healing then, this is a fair chunk of healing and a fairly hefty effect. So let's make this a 4th level Void Evocation. And that can go into here as its actions. So this is Remedium. And we'll cast that. You know, let's give it 2 per short rest. This might seem a bit weird for a healing to be available twice, and to be honest, I might regret that it's designed, but by giving the 2 castings there, I'm basically saying that Uriel, if they need to, can spend the time to recover if they're not in a good position to deal with damage. This makes them oddly resilient. They're taking hits, but they are bringing themselves back from it as well. You gotta get through that fire. So Uriel casts Remedium as a 4th level spell. As for Infernalist, do I rank it up? Yes. Let's go. Uriel casts Infernalist as a 4th level spell at higher levels. What is my usual phraseology for at high level casting? When Infernalist is cast using a spell slot above a 3rd. Each level above 3rd, the aura damage increases by 3 brackets 1d6. There we go. That's just the wording I've been using throughout. It is the wording I will stick to here. I will definitely be using a more concise approach on that if and when I get around to a remake of this for Starfinder, because they have a much cleaner way of handling that. Much cleaner. But there we go. That has updated all of that and given us now the Adept. And the whole stat block actually fits into the page there, which is looking nice. I wonder if I can get the Master to fit in the page as well. And so that I only need to double spread the Prime. I hope this fits. That'd be nice. That'd be really, really nice. Okay, so stat increases just for being the Master tier. AC increases once again, so that's now 15. The hit points, we'll figure that out in a moment. Speed, I'm going to give them a +5 just because the sheer bullet jump mobility. We're going to want to have that come from speed. Actually, no, tell a lie. No, I've changed it. I don't need to. It'll all come from the bullet jump in the first place. That's fine. Stats across the board do increase. Usually charisma does not increase at this point, though. I'm going to make a change to that. I'm going to make the Constitution only go up a bit. Let's see. We'll give a +1 to charisma. We'll be fine. Okay, so 18 on the strength, 18 on the dex, 18 on the con, 20 on the int. Wiz is a 15. Charisma is an 11. No actual stat change. No, it needs to be a 12. It needs to be a 12. Give it a +1. It doesn't really matter. Let's do it. This is for a challenge 14, which is 11,500 XP. Proficiency bonus +5. As such, the deception skill is now a +6. The intimidation skill is now a +11. The religion skill is now a +10. And I'm going to add in perception. It's about time he deserves perception. Only rifle after all, he needs perception. So perception goes into here. That's not how you spell perception. That'll be a +7. So our passive is now 17. There we go. And con evaluation for challenge 14 with an 18 con. I've said that it should have 246 hit points, which is 29d6 plus 958. 116, I think that is. Hold on. Nope. I appear to have got this wrong. Have I got this one wrong? Why have I been putting d6s? Oh, I've just realised. I am a muppet. It's d8s. That's why that number was wrong all of a sudden. I hadn't actually checked it on the earlier ones. It's d8 for a medium-sized creature. Oh my word. That's correct now. Good God. Deform saying, Uriel also strikes me as an enemy that would soft target threats to him like radiant damage dealers and such. They're not actually weak to radiant, because Uriel is not themselves a demon. So radiant damage dealers are not themselves a elevated threat. Uriel is a monstrosity that has demons floating around them, who do not have such weaknesses anyway, because they're more of the embodiment of demon kind, rather than an actual demon. Now, would they still choose to shoot down the pious and holy as a matter of course? Absolutely. Speak to Roth, see what Roth thinks about Marie, for example. They would definitely snipe the Wisp, the non-Wisp first. Immediately followed by Harrow. That aside, bullet jump distance is now 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, and 36. Demonic influence doesn't change. Void powers, that is now an 18 on the DC. Vincubus rifle will come to the deets in a moment. I'm probably going to give an extra damage die, but I might go for multi-attack instead. We'll see how the numbers shake out. If like Harrow is more of a threat to Uriel than Wisp, it's not so much a threat as just how the character comes across. Like I say, speak to Roth for more on that. As for mechanically, I think actually Wisp would be more of a threat than Harrow in the D&D setup. Harrow's ways of handling things just don't seem to quite connect the same way as they would a Wisp. Just against Uriel specifically. Although Uriel is resistant to the fire, bit of a wash. At the very least, Uriel isn't teleporting, so that wouldn't be to Harrow's benefit. Okay, so demonic actions. Uriel targets between 2 and 4 creatures within now 60 feet. This one's still a single creature within 60 feet. This is still a single target within 60 feet. There we go. I'll come back to the Vincubus bits and pieces when I'm ready on that. The thing that we have now gained is Uriel's ability, Demonium. Now, Demonium, what are my notes on that? Demonium, damage demons, fire projectiles, dex save, carry infernal auras. So the infernalist auras wouldn't actually apply, so I'm going to skip that detail entirely. Damaging of the demons should definitely still utilize. Fire projectiles with dex save for the effects, absolutely. But the effects are just a bit of damage and damage vulnerability. So, how can I make that more D&D? The thing is, if I give vulnerability to damage, that is a huge damage ramp up. Don't want to do vulnerability to damage. I could do whenever take damage, take extra point of damage per damage die rolled. I've already used that so far in this design. That could work again. I could also give just advantage to hit targets that are affected like that, but that doesn't affect the save side of things. And again, increases risk of critage. This is the one I don't have as much thought on ready to go. I think the extra damage per damage die of damage taken is probably the way. Just because it has a more gentle and scaled effect. That's the question then is, do I make that an action or a bonus action? We've got an action attack from the rifle. We've got an extra action attack from the runes that can be picked up. Losing one attack for a bonus damage isn't enough. So yeah, I think that needs to be a bonus action. Alright. And this is how it's all thought through. Demonium. Something level, something conjuration. One bonus action. Range is self and then a cone. Let's go with a cone of... Let's make it pretty substantial. They go quite a distance in game. So let's make them go quite a distance here as well. How far do they actually go in game? They go 5-second duration, no measures to speed. Thanks, Wiki. Alright. I've seen them cross a pretty considerable distance. Let's say, certainly for this level we're working with, let's say 90 feet cone. And then duration, 1 minute. Do we add a save into this? I'll think on that as I write it. So, Uriel tears out soul energy from his demons and hurls it forwards in a cone. Each of Uriel's demons lose. Now, 10% is what happens in game, but this here in D&D, I want to be a bit more dramatic. So let's say lose 1/4 of their max, of their hit. Lose hit points equal to 1/4 of their max health. There we go. Each of your demons lose 1 hit points equal to 1/4 of their max health. Yeah. The soul energy spreads out as a fiery projectiles, burning non-friendly creatures caught in the wave. Each target, each target must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, each creature... Oh, comma. Each creature takes something damage. And is... marked... Sorry, do we say marked with doom or just... Each creature takes some amount of fiery damage and is exposed to further assault until the spell ends. those creatures take additional damage from all sources equal to 3 times the number of damage dice rolled for that source. Yeah, until the spell ends, those creatures take additional damage from all sources equal to 3 times the number of damage dice rolled for that source. Very notably, the chained ability from Katanak doesn't roll damage dice, so that doesn't get increased. But the source damage that led to the Katanak chain does roll damage dice, does do an increase, and so the increase only applies once. It doesn't doubly apply via Katanak. So mathematically, that is a relatively safe choice there. So on a failed save, each creature takes some amount of fire damage. Honestly, we don't need that to be much. We just need it to be a die roll, if nothing else, just to trigger things. So I might just go for something low on that, like bracket 7 brackets 2d6 fire damage and expose to further assault. Until the spell ends, those creatures take additional damage from all sources equal to 3 times the number of damage dice rolled for that source. If one or more of Uriel's demons are destroyed at the time of casting this spell, the damage bonus per die roll is reduced by that much. Down to 0 effect. No. This means this spell cannot be cast if all demons are destroyed before Uriel begins casting. Begins casting it. There we go. Okay. Oops, I need to put that onto a new page, a new column. There we go. Okay, let me check my wording there and see if this makes sense. Uriel draws on the souls of the vanquished to recover its life. Nope, that's the wrong one. Uriel tears out soul energy from its demons and hurls it forward in a cone. Each of Uriel's demons lose hit points equal to 1/4 of its max health. Not there, it's max health. The soul energy spreads out as fiery projectiles, burning non-friendly creatures caught in the wave. Each target must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, each creature takes 7, that is 2d6 fire damage, and is exposed to further assault. Until the spell ends, those creatures take additional damage from all sources, typo, equal to 3 times the number of damage dice rolled for that source. If one or more of Uriel's demons are destroyed at the... Is destroyed the phrasing I used for a minute ago? Yeah, we'll go with that. It's destroyed at the time of casting a spell. The damage bonus per die rolled is reduced by that much. This spell cannot be cast if all demons are destroyed before Uriel begins casting it. Let's see. What phrasing was I using on these? No, it's just, if a demon will be reduced to 0 hit points, it vanishes for 1 minute. So I could put, it is destroyed and vanishes. Yeah, let's get the clarity on that for use' sake. So it is up here. If a demon will be reduced to 0 hit points, it is destroyed and vanishes for 1 minute. I think that a little bit of clarity is necessary here. And thankfully doesn't put it onto a new line. So it doesn't take any extra space, actually. Well, that was fortunate. Okay. So yeah, back to this. Let's get some spacing on this, because that is a wall of text. On a successful save, it takes half damage only. Until the spell ends. Creatures that failed... There we go. That failed the save, just to be specific. Until the spell ends, creatures that failed the save take additional damage from all sources equal to 3 times the damage dice roll, blah 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 blah. If one or more of URIEL's demons are destroyed at the time of casting a spell, damage bonus per die is reduced. Yep. Cool. So this is a pretty hefty damage ramp up. It's effectively adding on a d6 to every single damage die rolled. That's a lot. Now that I say it out loud like that. Adding d6 to every single damage die is huge. A d6 becomes better than a d12. Ooh, I'm changing my mind on that being a bonus action. Yeah, no, I'm changing my mind on that. That's an action. It's just too good to be a bonus action, and yet if I make it weaker, it becomes too boring or too uninspiring. It needs to balance like that. Elise might be pedantic. Would it be 3 times the amount of damage die rolled instead of number of damage die? Takes additional damage from all sources equal to 3 times the number of damage dice rolled. I don't see why that should be amount, no. It's not 3 times the number on the damage dice, or 3 times the result of the damage dice. It's 3 times the number of damage dice. That's just the number of damage dice. That is itself a thing. It is the count of the number of dice. If there's any confusion on that, the same confusion we read in the word amount, because what's the amount on a dice? It is the number written on it. That's the amount. You rolled a 20. That's the amount on there. So I think you're really being over-specific on that one. Amount and number are being used the same way here. Okay, right then, so I've decided that this is going to be an action, so let's pop it in. The form say a bit met on that, as you already talk about full damage from 96, damage goes to 2076. No, it doesn't. It would become 9d6 plus 27. Which is a pretty hefty increase. It's not as much as going to 2076, granted, but that's even crazier. Full damage caps at 20d6. The initial full damage caps at 20d6. Things that make you take more damage from it can still increase it. Either which way, yeah. It would go from 9d6 to 9d6 plus 27. Which is nearly doubling the damage taken there. If whatever's attacking is using d8s and above, then the bonus is less than double. And certainly if it's got any pluses on it, like if it's a d8 plus 5, then it's much less than double damage. But for smaller things like d4s, it's a terrifying increase. And in general, just that amount of damage increase, I might as well give them vulnerability to all damage at that point. It's getting close to it. But it's more interesting this way, especially as it has interaction. If demons are taken out, URIEL can't apply as much effect, which is similar to how it works in Warframe. Similar, not the same. So, yeah. I think I am going the right direction on this. Let's get the spellcasting in then. So this is Demonium. Once per short rest. Do we go once or twice? I'm gonna be wicked and say twice. Uriel casts Demonium as a 5th level spell Arenos. Do I make it concentration? No. Alright then. Is it only a 5th of that? That does quite a bit. 6th. Also, Remedium will be going up to 5th level cast, and Infernalist does not get ranked up. Nope, sorry, I got this the wrong way around. Remedium does not get ranked up, Infernalist does. There we go. Yeah, I like that, yeah. That reasoning. The damage to the demons showing that they are semi-disposable. It's showing that Uriel will consume their energy to power what Uriel's doing. So, like, you can focus on the demons if you want, but he doesn't seem to be all that pissed about them dying. But at the same time, it means if the players have focused on the quote-unquote wrong thing of the demons rather than Uriel, they have weakened one of Uriel's abilities, and so they do get some reward from it at that higher level. So yeah, that does shake out, doesn't it? I'm going to claim all of these details as totally intended, of course. Of course. So, Demonium, I am now rating this as a 6th level Void Conjuration. That's all good. We've got our range, we've got our action, we've got our duration. Bing, bada, bomba, boom. Cool. Let's go back to the fact that I've been forgetting to put in saving throws for the Adept and Master. Let's do that now. Saving throws. So the first one is Constitution, I think I said? Yeah, no. Charisma, Dex, Wiz is what they get. Never Constitution. Charisma, +4. And then over on here, Charisma, which is actually now a +6, alongside Dexterity. That's going to be a 9. There we go. Those two are now completed stat blocks. Beautiful. Which leads us... does Remedium revive the demons if they've been destroyed? Yes, it does, at full hit points. Now, it does require an action. So, congratulations, you've stopped Uriel from attacking for a round. And if you destroy the demons before Uriel's used their demonic actions for that round, then also you've skipped out on those. Double benefit. But yes, Uriel goes, "My demons, whatever shall I do?" They are back. And you start to wonder if your DM has actually just decided to put you up against Sung Jin Woo, but Fire Edition. It is all good. Come forth. Okay. So now it is time for the finale, for the magnum opus, if you will. It is time for Uriel Prime. What was that? Sung Jin Woo? Yeah, Sung Jin Woo. The protagonist, main character of Solo Leveling. Which, by the way, is a very fun read / watch. How do I... I do remember, it's just wide. There we go, cool. Okie dokie. Oh, bollocks to it. I have been forgetting a detail this entire time, and it might actually take up too much space. No! Oh, poop. Poopity poopity poop. Scroll back up to these. Are they going to fit? Hurricane Resolve. When Uriel fails a saving throw, it may choose to instead succeed. Once it has used this feature... It may not do so again until it completes a short or long rest. Oh, this is going to be really tight. I might need to adjust the page margins for this page. Yep, I need to adjust the page margins. Once it has used this feature twice. There we are. Okay, well, that's fine. Page margins are fine, it's just... You know how Google was like, it's too big to scan for viruses? Oh yeah, it's a big fucking document. Images out the wazoo. I mean, I've been dodging it throughout the stream, but yeah. I previously used Imgur hosting for images, just whilst in the editing phase. Imgur left the UK. How very inconsiderate of them. So I have those big purple blotches, but in the main document you do indeed get those images. I'm probably going to see about rehosting the images elsewhere online for this document, for this final version, because the way I did it before to put the images in also broke all the links on the contents page, and I don't know how to fix that other than just not doing the way of adding images, so it's a thing. There we go. Yeah, you can be fairly certain at this point, Deformed, with the number of people that have downloaded it, with the amount of time it's been out, and the noise I've made about it. If I had included a virus in it, we would have known by now. I just put the Oricon Resolve on the wrong bloody thing. It's this one. There we go. Right. URIEL Prime. Strength, 20. Plus 5. Dex, 20. Plus 5. Con, 20. Plus 5. Int, 22. Plus 6. Wisdom, 16. Plus 3. And Charisma, 14. Plus 2. There we go. That's why you wait. You don't trust anything? Fair enough. Alright. Don't know how long you'd need to wait on finding out if there's a virus in a PDF or not, but, you know, fair enough. Saving throw I'm adding at this stage is Wisdom. So, Dex has gone up to... let's update those numbers. Yeah, Dex is now a plus 11. Wiz is a plus 9. And Chart is a plus 8. The Deception skill, let's turn that into Expertise now. So that is 6, 12, 14. Intimidation 14. Perception has come up to 9. And Religion is a 12. Oh, oh yes, I can tell you, Ellie. Yeah, this work that I did here on this document absolutely contributed to being contacted by Digital Extremes and Paizo with regards to, hey, there's a tabletop product coming out. Shut the fuck up, don't tell anyone. By the way, do you want to make the intro? We'll pay you. Yes, of course I got paid. Damage distance fire, damage immunities. Fire, thank you very much. And condition immunities. Ooh, I can spell immunities. Prone, restrained. Ignited, prone and restrained. There we go. Now, why am I including ignited when it's a Warframe specific condition? It's created by me because that's why. Because. Will I give it to Ember as well? No. Ember can continue to cry. As for prone and restrained, prime sure-footed. That's why. You were given a virus plus when you trusted. Ooh, sorry to hear about that. I do hope they didn't actually intend for you to receive the virus. Yeah. Okay, Statorinos. AC needs to jump a couple points. Let's bring that to... I realise I've not kept the AC in line with decks, have I? I should probably explain that in here somewhere. Alright, so yeah, let's bring the AC to 17. And let's add on that note, natural armor? Leather armor. This would be studded leather at this point, so yep. Studded leather armor. On these earlier ones, that one is only +1 over, so it's leather armor. And this one is a leather armor. Leather works perfectly well enough for something like this. I don't need to dig into details further. Brother Racing, out of curiosity, may I ask how much was your commission for the work? It's fine if you can't or don't want to answer. Just curious as to what sort of pay scales that creators like you are offered. I'm going to pass on answering that, if that's alright with you. I am going to pass on answering that. 2 reasons behind it. One, because in a live stream it's not exactly the best place to talk about pay on such things. 2, because the information necessary to give you a usable answer based on the kind of curiosity you have there would take up far more of this stream than I wish to cover right now. Because I'm also aware it's at a time. Good year. Alright, AC is sorted. Hit points then. Con evaluation. So we've got a 20 con. That means it should be 323 hit points. As a result of it being 34d8 plus 170. The speed I am going to increase to 35 feet, 40 feet. Make him a quicker boy. There we go. We've got our saves, skills, senses, immunities, languages. Bullet jump distance is now 24 vertical and 60 foot horizontal. This does now mean that upon activating Infernalist, URIEL Prime has a 100 foot fly speed. I think we're getting to space with this one. That is a 200 feet per round with just ordinary dashing mechanics. Full 3-dimensional flight. And even then, that's not actually that quick, if I think about it. If I go... 200 feet per round is 33.3 feet per second. Which is, in miles per hour, 22.5 miles per hour. So that's a decent speed. That's certainly more than I can run. Quite a bit more. But it's not even 30 miles per hour. But it is a continuous whirling, flaming demon thing traveling at 22.5 miles per hour. For multiple reasons, this would be illegal in a school zone. just putting it out there. But yeah. When you see some of the speeds in D&D, they can feel ridiculously great at times, and then you do the translation, you go, oh right, yeah. Cars just handily beat that. Handily. Okay. Enough about that, Salinas. So, URIEL Prime, speed, leather, bullet jump, yep, Auric Resolve, and that one is the 3 times, yes it is. Demonic Influence doesn't change. Void Powers, DC is, here it's now 20? Yeah. It's now 20. Okay. Oh, bollocks, I didn't update the rifle on the previous one. I didn't actually run the full numbers on it, did I? We do need to run the numbers on that. So I'm going to go back to the master. We'll finish the prime in a moment. Barely started it. let's envelope calculate a 3-turn Uriel Master. Turn 1, they activate Infernalist. Cool, just that, they activate Infernalist, gives them some speed, they can get into position, and getting into position is a big damn deal in general, so imagine it has some value to it. Aside from activating Infernalist and getting into position, they can't cast Timonium because they've cast Infernalist, and so they just go for an attack with their Vincubus Rifle. As currently figured, it would be a +4, not a +3, so they would deal 9 damage. As far as first turns go, 9 damage is pathetic. It continues. Katanak will chain some creatures. Gulfagor will blind a creature. They both need to be within 60 feet, so they need to be a bit close to Uriel for things like that to start happening. And Vithalus, having seen something get damaged, assuming you hit with a bayonet, with the rifle, will then also generate a rune, but it's going to be on the target space. Uriel will need to go in and grab that. Uriel goes in and grabs it, let's assume. Normal travel, don't worry about attacks of opportunity. Uriel doesn't give a damn about that kind of stuff. Grabs the rune. That rune is going to start enhancing the damage output. On top of this, we've got chain creatures. Let's assume 2 creatures have failed, so we can hit 1 for full damage to hit another 2 creatures for half damage each. Let's assume that. Vincubus Rifle is therefore going to be a 2d4 plus 3 plus 4. Yeah. The 2d4 plus 3 plus 4, that brings it up to... Sorry, 2d4 plus 4 plus 4. My bad. So 5 plus 8 is 13 per hit. And we do that twice, and then we share it out twice. 13 and 13. So we got 9 on the first turn, and we got 13, 13, 13, 13 from the Vincubus shots on the next turn. Actually, we might not even... No. We wouldn't go for the 2 shots. We'd go cast of Demonium to enhance the damage output there. Plus 3 per damage die rolled. Then we hit with the Vincubus once. That's going to be 2d4. That's 5. Plus the 4 from Dexterity. Plus 6 from Demonium. Plus 4 from Katanak. Which means that the Vincubus Rifle would land a hit of 19 damage. Which would apply that 19 damage spread across the other 2 targets as well, giving a 38 damage round. And Infernalist would have cut in by this point as well, for a total of 14 ranked up 2 times. Yep. That'll be 28 damage. And then on the final round, we got another 28 damage stacked up from Infernalist. Infernalist might actually deal more because of Demonium. Yep, it's damage dice rolled. So that'll be an extra 12 per target. So that's another 24 damage. In ideal conditions. And then we can just open up with the rifle twice. So open up with the rifle twice. We've got 5 damage. Plus the 4. Plus the 4 from Katanak. Plus the 6 from Demonium, multiplied by 2 for the 2 attacks. Bringing this all together over the course of 3 rounds, that comes to 165 calculated damage, which is a per round damage of 55, and we were looking for 70. I can add more damage. Ah! Oh, that is wonderful. That is very wonderful. I like finding out that I can add more damage to these things. Okay. Do I add a multi-attack? Or do I add a damage die? Multi-attack evens the odds a bit. Damage die makes for scarier swings. That is a complicated one. Because also a damage die doesn't increase the damage anywhere near as much as an extra attack does. And I only need 15 damage per round more. If I already calculated each of the hits is like 19 odd damage, and then it's shared out, that would be too much if I had an extra attack on that. I think adding damage die is the safest way to do that, and I could probably get away with only adding one damage die because I've got so many things which are tied to damage dice. Fire damage increase? We've already got that coming in from Vifalus's rune. That's already giving us the fire damage bonus. Yeah, I think just a straight damage die increase. Bring that up to a 3d4 and 3d6 respectively, which makes this an 11 and 14 base. Any more than that wouldn't be necessary. And the pluses to hits at this point are actually calculated as +9s. Cool. That'll do. This does mean that now, aside from just the range benefit, the melee and ranged are basically the same damage output. There's 3 damage between them at base, but then all the other stuff is based off of number of dice or general hit bonuses. Which is fine, honestly. Uriel does seem to be the type that wants to be at range, so that all works out. Yeah, good thing I went over the numbers there. That was a little on the weaker side, so I've given it basically a 50% damage increase per hit. Not quite, because it hasn't increased the dex or strength bonus. It's close to 50% increase. 2 points behind. And considering some of the damage is coming out of Infernalis instead, that should give me what it needs to be. So that should be fine. Cool. Right! Uriel Prime. Where was I? Vigorous Rifle, all the deets on that. So this Vigorous Rifle is now a +11 to hit, same for the melee. The hit damage, I'm probably going to end up wanting to go up to 44 +5, so let's do that just now as a matter of course. So that is 5, 10, 15 damage, and 46 +5 is 7, 14, 19. There we go. I'm not going to increase the level of Infernalis now, but I will give it another cast of it instead, in case it gets dispelled. And then, lastly, we have Brimstone, and I realise I need to add in a detail somewhere, but let's add that in a moment. 1 per short rest, and I plan for this to be a 9th level spell. We'll see if I can make that work. So what was my notes on the Brimstone effect here? So, okay, yeah, I remember what I was going to add for that. So, under Demonic Influence, I need to add in Hell's Beckoning, which is intended to be a bit of a juxtaposition to Hell's Reckoning or something like that, which appears as a phrase. Hell's Beckoning. Uriel's interaction with its demon's coercion heralds the arrival of hell itself. When URIEL, let's see here, yeah, when URIEL hits a target under the effect, sorry, a target linked by Katanak, URIEL gains 1 a brimstone charge. When your hero has a target... Let's see. When your hero hits a target, Impact Connect for the first time on a turn, your hero gains 1 brimstone charge. When your hero hits a target wrapped by... what was it? Gore for Gore? For the first time on a turn, URIEL gains 4 brimstone charges. When URIEL hits... sorry. When URIEL gains the benefit of a demonic rune from Vithalus, URIEL gains 2 brimstone charges. When a creature fails its save against Demonium, URIEL gains 1 brimstone charge. A lot of different charge gains there. A lot of different ones. We got... yeah. These charges are used to cast the Brimstone spell. There we go. So Brimstone, 1 per short rest, requires 8 or more Brimstone charges. Now, obviously, those of you who played URIEL, you know exactly where I'm going with this. You know why I'm designing it like this. We need this to be an ultimate. So it is one that simply cannot happen early. It is not an opener. This is, if you've left URIEL on the field for long enough to gain these charges, if you've not done your saving throws, you've not deflected the attacks, if URIEL has managed to build up this charge, well, I hope you have hit points remaining, because spell slots are probably not going to help you now. Oops, I kicked my camera, sorry about that. Punishes prolonged fights? Pretty much, yeah. Tells the players, fucking win now. You do not have time to mess around. Alright, yeah, so Hell's Beckoning. When hero it's with Katanak. Yeah, I will look at the formatting on that in a moment. That's just got the detail for now. Formatting can come afterwards to clean it all up. Brimstone. 9th level Void. I guess this would be Evocation, yeah. Evocation. Casting time 1 action. Self. Not a 90-foot cone. Nope. This is a... let's see. It's 42 meters in game. At my maximum range. That'll be 140 feet. Let's round that up to 150 feet. 150 foot radius. sphere. Components: vocal, somatic, special, duration. Yeah, for 1 minute. Keeps it simple. Keeps it simple. URIEL consumes all brimstone charges it has accumulated as part of casting this spell, requiring a minimum of 8 charges. A very simple opener. Everyone can understand that. URIEL turns the landscape around it into its own personal domain of hell. The environment in the spell range. Sorry. Let's talk about range a moment first. The radius of the spell extends through all terrain and non-magical obstacles, requiring neither line of sight nor line of effect. All terrain in the area becomes difficult terrain to non-friendly creatures. All divine spells of 4th level or lower in the area are dispelled, and the effects of such divine spells cannot be and the effects of such divine spells cannot be cast in nor into the area for the duration. Now, this is something completely unique that I've done so far. At no point have I called out divine spells before now, or any kind of spell specificity like this. This is straight up saying, in this particular area, you better have a damn good reason to call on your god. Divine magic is out. Your simple little Revivify, it's not happening. Get denied. And this is why earlier on I needed to specify on Gore for Gore the area that it created was not impeding divine spells, because it's otherwise a 10-foot radius of brimstone. I want this to not just erupt out, but also go, oh, did you bring Revivify thinking you could at least use a few of those? Welcome to hell, bitch. Your soul's already accounted for. You ain't getting back up again. That's what this is. Am I planning a future stream where I play these with a group? I'm not planning one at this time. Not running it out, but not planning one. Alright, so URIEL turns the landscape around it into its own personal domain of hell. The radius of the spell extends through all terrain and non-magical obstacles, requiring neither line of sight nor line of effect. All terrain in the area becomes difficult terrain to non-friendly creatures. All divine spells of 4th level or lower in the area are dispelled, and the effects of such divine spells cannot be cast in, nor cast into. Yeah, let's go with that. Nor cast into the area for the duration. I think that's a poor way of putting that. All divine spells 4th level lower in the area are dispelled. For the duration, divine spells of 4th level or lower that are cast within or attempt to affect any part, anything within the zone. Let's put the commas in. Automatically fail. There we go. That's a better way of putting it. For the duration, divine spells are 4th level or lower that cast within or attempt to affect anything within the zone. Within the zone. Cast within the zone. Let's put within the zone there. Doubling up on it just makes it clear. For the duration, divine spells of 4th level or lower that are cast within the zone, or attempt to affect anything within the zone, automatically fail. Bad juju. Just big bad juju is the idea there. Okay. Let's see. I had... Yeah. When a non-friendly creature, because Warframes don't do friendly fire, normally. When a non-friendly creature enters the area... Actually, I should say starts its turn there first. When a non-friendly creature starts its turn in the area, or enters the area for the first time on a turn, it must make a... Now, what saving throw do we go for this? For the heat and hellish nature of that area? I think it's going to just be Constitution. You can't dodge it. You can't kind of moxie your way out of it. You can't think your way out of it. You sure as hell can't just cartwheel your way out of it. This is a Constitution one. Constitution saving throw. On a failed saving throw, the creature takes some amount of damage. And becomes ignited for something. If a creature is already ignited, if a creature is already ignited, the creature takes additional damage equal to the... sorry, no, it's not like that. If a creature is already ignited, Brimstone deals additional damage to the creature equal to... sorry. Yeah, equal to... multiplied by 1/3 of the ignited amount, minimum 1 of the ignited value. And just to remind myself on the phrasing of ignited. Ignited for X condition. A target which is ignited takes ongoing fire damage equal to the total value of the combined ignited sources applied to it. At the start of its turn, the creature must make a con save. One roll against the highest DC of all the active sources. On success, condition ends for all of them. Yeah. Yeah, that should work for this. So, when a non-friendly creature starts its turn in the area, or enters the area for the first time in turn, it must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed saving throw, the creature takes an as yet to be determined amount of fire damage, and becomes ignited for something we need to determine. If a creature is already ignited, Brimstone deals additional damage to the creature equal to some amount we need to determine, multiplied by 1/3 of the ignited value. Minimum 1. Now, the reason for all of that wording is that basically in Warframe itself, you've got the many damage ticks happening, the amount of fire just building onto it, and with every tick, it just increases and increases and increases and increases and increases and increases. Up to a max of 10 times, but okay, a player character by that point is dead. So I want to kind of capture some of that level of, this isn't just a burning zone. You staying here will obliterate you. Get out of here right now. You're in hell. You do not want to be in hell. So I'm trying to capture that with the whole ignited condition. Not only are you continuously burning, but the amount of burning you have will cause even more burning to happen. That's where I'm going with that. From Jack Overkill saying, hi Kentonia, what do you think is the strongest crit weapon that's also good at bossing? I mean, the strongest? There's not really a good answer to that, because there's a lot of strong ones. And it honestly depends on where you are at in the game. Even the Nataruk is a pretty damn decent crit-based weapon. I used it myself on a brand new account, this was part of the Dan series, to take down the 60 Eyes boss solo. And this was with the old damage attenuation. So, if that even works there, a lot of things are going to work. But you can also mess around with, as Brother Oni's pointed out, later, Lex Prime. Honestly, most Incarnon weapons. Most Incarnons are capable of being amazing crit weapons, so long as you appropriately set up the Incarnon evolutions for that. So take your pick, really. Do you want to use Natrug, Dread, Paris, any of those lot for the bow category? Do you want to use something like the Burston or Bratton, Bolt or Incarnons? Go crazy there. Torrid can do some crazy stuff as well, and is pretty easy to charge on any boss due to only needing direct hits. Lex does amazing stuff. At this point, I'm running out of thoughts on just how many Incarnon weapons there are, but there's a shit ton of them. Outside of Incarnons, your options drop off rapidly, simply because Incarnon weapons are that damn good. But to be honest, even things like the Foreman Prime can still get work done. So it just depends, what are you up against? Yeah, Deformed. Dual Toxicity is another good one. That one is better with groups rather than boss fights, but it can still work in a boss fight, not a problem. Just find where the head is. But yeah, in terms of the strongest crit weapons, Incarnons are basically the strongest weapons we have. That's what they're supposed to be, that's what they are. There's a few of them which are more finicky to use. I've never been a fan of the Incarnon thrown weapons, but outside of that, it's hard to go wrong. Deformed, I love you saying there, for early game, Nataruk. Hi, yes, I'd like an early game weapon, please. Cool, complete the new war. Maybe not quite where I would draw that line. Maybe not quite there. Let's say, nice if... Going for the tank boss, nice if it's level cap capable too. I wish you all the best if you're at the point of asking strongest crit weapons and you're trying to take on level cap. At this point, honestly, follow the guides of the YouTuber you trust the most to give you powerful weapons. Is my honest suggestion on that. If you're asking in the broadest of senses of strongest crit weapons, and you're thinking Apex, tank, and level cap, yeah, take the builds other people have already made. Straight up. Whether that's my Burston guide, or Nataruk guide, or various other Incarnon guides I've already put out there. Whether you take from someone else who puts level cap in every title, whatever works on that one. But again, Incarnons is going to be your big way to go. Right, let's figure out the values on this. How busted do we make this? This is going to be an ability that takes some time to come online. In Uriel's very first turn, they basically can't get any charge, aside from if they decide to spend the turn casting Brimstone. Sorry, not Brimstone, Demonium, which they could cast, but even then, they're only going to get a couple charges at best. On their next turn, they could pick up the rune, which will give them 1 charge. Sorry, no, 2 charges. Alongside, they could have got the 2 charges from Demonium. And then, if they successfully shoot the target that is being held by Gore for Gore, they can get over 4 charges. So they could, by that point, get themselves to all of the charges needed to cast Brimstone on their 3rd turn. But that is going to be tough. That's okay, Queen. They didn't say that's all they needed. They never said that. It's very easy to tell someone to finish the rest of the recipe when they only asked for help on one part. But in this case, they did ask for just the one bit. Okay, so Brimstone on turn 3 is possible. Not easy, but it is possible. Otherwise, Brimstone is going to be a turn 4 or later thing, and if it's a turn 4 or later thing, the fight is already dragging on, so I can get away with making it a bit more oomphy, which is cool. Granted, this is a frame that's got plenty of hit points, but it's still not the best AC. It's AC 17 for a challenge 19, that's not enough. As in, it's going to be taking a lot of hits, which is good. It's got a decent dex save though, and decent wisdom save. Not the worst in that arena. So how do I factor the damage on this? You know what? I'm going to change how this spell works. Despite what I've just been talking about, I'm going to change how this spell works. I'm going to make it deal less damage up front. Quite a bit less than I was planning to. But I'm going to make it happen a lot more. Thinking about the whole, I don't want you to stick around in hell, I want you to fear it and get out of hell. When a creature enters... let's see. Now, when an unfriendly creature starts its turn in the area, or enters the area for the first time on a turn, or takes an action or bonus action in the area, it must make a Constitution saving throw. Now do you stick around in hell? Now do you still want to be there to form chaos? If you start your turn in hell, if you enter into hell, if you take an action in hell, if you take a bonus action in hell, must make a Constitution saving throw. You were very accurate with that, Queen, yes. On a failed saving throw, the creature takes some amount of fire damage and becomes ignited for blah 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 blah. If the creature's already ignited, Brimstone deals additional damage equal to whatever details. So I'm going to go for Ignited 3, because then it'll stack up Ignited 3, Ignited 6, Ignited 9, and that's going to be increasing the damage dice off of that. Brimstone deals additional damage to creature equal to... there's a 1d8 multiplied by 1/3 of the ignited value. Ash is actually plenty capable for level cap. Ash is plenty capable for level cap, and the reason I say that is you can build Ash to do a hell of a lot of damage that can bypass armor, bypass a bunch of resistances in general, and you can use arcane trickery to keep your invis up. Not to mention that just in general in level cap, even at level cap, enemies still have a reaction time. So long as you're quick enough on casting your invis, if it ran out, both forms of invis, you can get it back up again. So Ash is actually a viable option. Don't worry about the invis running out that much. You can always turn it back on. Just make sure you do turn it back on. That said, if you're not going for a finisher build, then you will run into issues of you need to really keep on top of that invis. Okay, so look at this here. Unfailed saves. Creature takes... Let's... I'm just going to check something real quick. That's what I thought. Good. We're going to make this 2166 fire damage. And becomes ignited for 3. Now, ignited for 3 isn't much, but it's used as the scaler here. Or do I... Actually, you know what? Let's make it ignited for 6. And make this a 3 1d6. Because ignited for 6, even there will be 2. So it would be 2d6 added on. You'd rather deal with URIEL in hell than Nyx in general? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Nyx do be mind controlly. Okay, let's see. URIEL consumes all brimstone charges it has accumulated as part of casting a spell, requiring a minimum of 8 charges. URIEL turns the landscape around it into its own personal domain of hell. The radius of the spell extends through all terrain and non-magical obstacles, requiring neither line of sight nor line of effect. All terrain in the area becomes difficult terrain to non-friendly creatures. All divine spells of 4th level or lower in the area are dispelled. For the duration, divine spells of 4th level or lower that are cast within the zone or attempt to affect anything within the zone automatically fail. When a non-friendly creature starts its turn in the area, or enters the area for the first time in a turn, or takes an action or bonus action in the area, it must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed saving throw, the creature takes 21d6 fire damage and becomes ignited for 6. If a creature is already ignited, Brimstone deals additional damage to the creature, equal to 3, that is 1d6, multiplied by 1/3 of the ignited value, minimum 1. On a successful saving throw, the creature takes half damage and is ignited for 3. Don't even get to avoid the ignited. Deformed Chaos. I understand where you're coming from on the whole Nyx is terrifying. I want you to remember, Brimstone happens, your friend goes down, the cleric goes, don't worry, I can revive them. The DM asks, with what spell? Revivify. It allows me to instantly... You can't. What do you mean I can't? Oh, did he counterspell it? No, you can't. You call on your god for aid. You attempt to cast your spell. It doesn't happen. The cleric looks down at their burning corpse of a friend. And like, how do I save them? That's the part. You don't. It's gone. To me, that is that bit more terrifying. The players just simply cannot get what they want done if they're inside that zone. Speaking of the radius of this, I'm going to increase the range of Incubus at prime level. I'm going to increase the range of it, just so we can really get some shooty shoots out of it. So, Incubus, range, Let's make that 300 over 400. Literally double the range on it for the prime. There we go. The cleric can support by other means? Yeah. Yeah, I suppose the cleric can support by other means. Honestly, they're both terrifying. That's the point. They're supposed to both be terrifying. Nyx has some vastly terrifying capabilities to her. URIEL has some vastly terrifying capabilities to it. Bearing in mind that URIEL's Brimstone plus Katanak is... oh boy. That one is not going to mess around. Also needs to increase the range on all of the demon actions. There we go. Did I just increase it on the wrong one? God damn it. Didn't realise I'd scrolled up. Should be over here. 5 creatures, 90 feet, 90 feet, 90 feet. There we go. Are people allowed to know about the playtest activities? I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Talk about your experience in Duck Squad. Go for it. Does he refer to Uriel by its? No, they do not. Uriel is his in Warframe. Queen, we've been over this. In the entire Tenno's Tome of Warframes, I use non-gendered terms for every single Warframe because they are monstrosities. They're not supposed to be personified, and so they don't exist within the gender spectrum. They are not designed for monster fuckers, let alone anything else. So rather than specifically femme and specifically mask frames and anywhere in between, I have referred to them at every point in time as it. It is a monster. That is the intent. But yeah, just tying this together, Katanak chains up some viewer friends. It is a DC 20 check. And that check is, for Katanak, a charisma saving throw. So DC 20 charisma saving throw just to get started. I know, Brotheroni, I know. So how many people are passing that DC 20 charisma saving throw? Not a great many characters are good at those saving throws, let's be real. Unless everyone's hugging the paladin for sheer warmth and comfort, and let's face it, against a demon like this, they probably should. That's about to be bad juju. So now you've got some chained up people. I've not even applied a slow to them, it's just the damage chaining. Brimstone, whilst it is the same source, it'll hit each of them individually rather than at the same time. It'll hit them when they start their turn, when they enter into the zone, when they act in the zone, when they bonus act in the zone. Which means if we've got even just 3 of them chained out of the 5, one of them starts their turn. This one's not a chained one. They start their turn, they take the damage, and so does this one and this one and this one take half the damage. Because it's fire damage, not psychic, it transfers across. They then decide it's not actually that dangerous, they took a bit of damage, everyone can handle it. And so they decide, let's just straight up attack Uriel. Because they decided to act, the DM chuckles and goes, okay, make a Constitution saving throw. They go, wait, what? Why do I need to make it again? You're acting inside of hell. You are being burned alive by a 9th level spell of hell. And they go, ah, wait, crap. And so they take some damage. Even on a save, they take some damage, which means damage, damage, damage. They realise maybe being here is not the right choice, and they get out of the zone. The next person starts their turn. Damage, 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 damage. These 3 that haven't even acted yet are going, can you guys please get us out of here? We are going to burn. The one that started the turn goes, yeah, I need to get you out of here. Walks up to one of them, Dimension Door, teleports them out. But as they go to cast Dimension Door, the DM laughs and goes, you're still using an action. Make the same throw, damage, 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 damage. They teleport out. The third one starts their turn. They're outside of the zone. They go, oh my god, what was even all of that? They attempt their saving throw. Sorry, no, they don't even have their attempted saving throw. It's just in the round. Yep. Oh, no. They attempt their saving throw. It's still a DC 20 charisma save. They fail. They cry. We continue. The fourth person starts their turn. Saving throw. Damage to them. Also damage to the other one still in the zone. And damage to the one that escaped the zone because it's still chained. Do you see where all of this is going? Point being, that is damage. Oh dear God, do not let Uriel get to this point. As terrifying as Nyx may be, mind control does come to an end. Hell is hell. I would like to say that would be fucking terrifying. It has got a bunch of counters to it. Most notably, kill them first. Very effective counter. Hell doesn't descend if the demon has already been banished. Follow-up counter, just blow up all of the demons around the demon frame, and there goes like 90% of their charge generation. Hell doesn't arrive. Granted, you're still going to be cutting through 161 hit points per demon. That's going to take some work, but you could do it. Next alternative. Step back. It's a 150-foot radius sphere centered on Uriel. So if you're 200 feet away, you're just going to go, oh, oh. You just step outside the zone, shoot them. Pew, pew, pew. Granted, if you try to shoot them with a divine spell of 4th level or lower, it's not going to work. But for all the other spells, and normal melee attacks, no, not melee, ranged attacks, you're good to go. It has got counters, and that is always my design with every single one of these. There are counters. They aren't perfect. They can and will lose. But if you play it wrong, oh boy, you're going to feel just how wrong you were. That is the design. And I think with this, we've hit it. Now, the damage might be too much. Let's assume the players are very smart and can get themselves out of the zone on the round that it's been cast. They still start in the zone. That is 21 damage each on average, ignoring saving throws for moments, just how the math works out. Excuse me. So that would be in a party of 4, because we'd likely get the 4 in it. No, one should be out of it, so we'd say 3 of them. That's 63 damage there, plus ignited for 6, which is going to be at least another 18. 63, 81 damage off of that action alone. Plus the rest of whatever else is going on. Uriel Prime is aiming for about 100 damage per round, so as long as you get out of the zone straight away, that's balanced. Or don't even let the zone happen, that's balanced. Unlike a lot of frames where they get their big power up and then they just kind of run out of energy. Oh boy. Uriel Prime is plink, bang, and I think that's good. I do think that is good. Yeah, so let's do a little bit of a formatting cleanup. Uriel Prime's stuff is a bit spread out. If I just do a slash column there, that splits it over quite nicely. Do I want... Actually, maybe I don't want the void powers on that side, because it says void powers are listed in the actions below. Yeah, I'll do that. That's a little bit better balance. Okay. I think we're done. Yeah, I think we're done with that. It does need graphics, and also that issue with the page borders that need sorting out. But yeah, I need to add a graphic in for Katanak, a graphic in for Gore, a graphic in for Vitalis, and I need to have a URIEL picture added at the start of the URIEL page, which just gives you an impression of full Brimstone go burr. Holding onto the Vincubus to show off what the rifle bayonet thing looks like as well. But I think that is otherwise it. A third, a fourth, a sixth, and a ninth brings about Armageddon. Yeah. So I am a bit tight for time over this weekend in preparation for Crimbo and all that good stuff, so no guarantees I can get this all fully put together and live before Christmas. Simply because there are a few steps I need to jump through to finalize the upload and get it up onto the website. But you can look forward to this, at the very least, before the new year, so you can have access to the final edition of the 10 Chamber Warframes for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition compatibility, including URIEL. That's where we're going to wrap it up today. Hope you've all enjoyed watching how the sausage gets made, and I'll see you in the next one after Christmas. Have a Merry Christmas, and if I don't see you after then, have a Happy New Year. All the best to every single one of you. Bye-bye.